All right, hello. One moment. I messed some stuff up. ah. I messed some stuff up and I have to like run a whole bunch of setup that I normally would have run beforehand, like before now. And it is because it's all YouTube's fault. I got nothing else to say about it other than that it's their fault. Let's see. It's crazy. I am sorry about the chaos. Basically, when I said in the Discord, "Hey, there we are." What's up, Topaz? When I said in the Discord, I need to take it slow getting back into the format, it's because I had to do so many things to like eliminate variables for the internet testing that now there are things that are different that I am still not quite used to. So like one of them was transferring the YouTube to like a brand account rather than a personal account. And OBS, for some reason, fucking hates that. I have no explanation for why, but it disconnects every time I close OBS. And I keep forgetting that it's gonna do that. And so every time I go to actually start a stream, it's like OBS is not connected. I'm like, fuck, you're right. And then that gets everything else all out of whack, and it's just a whole fucking thing. All right. But I think, yep, we're recording dictation. What's up? People are coming in. Hello, hello. What's up, Topaz, Sputnik, Albie? How we doing, Mr. Steak? We are back. Oh, we're so back. I'm so psyched. I'm trying to force myself to take it slow. That's partially the reason that this is a half ep. But it has been it's been a little bit wacky, but I am confident. I'm probably the most confident I've ever been that we might be done dealing with this BS. I'm not gonna say that it's guaranteed because I have been slapped down so many times by the internet eldritch deities, but I think we are approaching the closest we've ever been. And it is because I went so extreme. And I knew when I was going extreme that it was going to cause issues. I back when we were still doing it regularly, I called it like the nuclear option. And I finally took it. But it's going to be a little bit weird coming back. Oh, what's up? Give in to 2Fs this eve? Probably not. It's probably gonna be a half ep. Almost assuredly. I will say my tentative plan. I'm not even gonna call it like. I'm not gonna promise it. I'm not gonna call it a schedule. But my tentative plan is to at least start a new episode every Wednesday. At least. If we mix in some in between, that's all good. If we have a half ep that we need to finish, we'll finish it before the next Wednesday. But that is the goal, is that there is always a new start on Wednesdays. And then, like I said, if we need half ep. If we have time to do a second ep in between, that's what happens. But that's the plan right now. While I'm still getting back into everything, at least. A brand new Famicom Detective Club. Ooh, that is fun. I only just remember where we're at. We are at. It's unfortunate. Like I'm glad that I got through 54. Like I'm glad that I got through it and that we finished it, and that we're kind of all good there. But it was a bit of a cliffhanger, you might say. And it has been definitely in the back of my mind of where we are coming back to it. What's up, Matthew? What's up? Welcome to live. I am also glad, in a kind of sad way, but still all right. The large break did give a lot of people the chance to catch up, which is very cool. So I'm glad that we're going to be able to have a bunch of new people at live. That's going to be very, very cool. The cliffhanger got cliffhangered, yeah. Try to catch up on the VODs. I feel that, Kaylee. Start C2. Yeah. Yeah. You know what, Robin? You're so right. I won't. What up, Andy? Hello. Oh, man. And we're going to start tonight with a takeaway, and then we're going to do a comment highlight like normal. But this is probably, it may or may not be the last comment highlight. It's more like I'm not going to guaranteed do a comment highlight, mostly because I've been responding to a lot of comments in shorts. And so I'm running out of comments to highlight because I'm responding to things in shorts. So if there's still one that I haven't made a short about, I want to give a little bit more of a lengthy explanation than I could fit into 60 seconds, then we'll still do the comment highlight, but may not be one every episode. You're actually pretty close to the last C1 episode I've seen. Ooh, interesting. What's up, Joshua? Hello. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay. So this is going to be a half ep, but my takeaway is long. And it's kind of funny because this takeaway is maybe one of the least critical ones. I feel like the longer ones are normally ooh, so critical. But this one's fairly benign. It's just long and in the weeds a little bit. So we will start it, and I'm gonna pull it up where you guys can see it because I wrote a lot of it out. I was like, there's no way I'm gonna be able to deliver this without notes. What's up, Dorvin? How you doing? All right. Okay. The takeaway. And let me manual topic switch. Wait, did that work? Oh, wait. Again, still. Yeah, there we go. Okay, take away. Beautiful. Okay. When you do, this is my takeaway from episode 54. Yeah, 54, because we're on 55. When you do a ruling of cooling, as I call it, make sure that your players know you're doing that and that it could result in possible bumpy fallout rulings. I think any and all issues, and I put issues in quotations because I'm going to give them big air quotes, issues with that Umbrasil fight weren't actually issues. They were just the cost of doing business. It's all stemming from a situation they couldn't have been in. If they were following Raw, if they were following the rules, they never would have been in that scenario. And every issue with that fight was, again, heavy parentheses around issue, was because they were in that non-Raw setting. But it was really fun. Like, them being in that setting was super fun. It was super cool. And so I think it's important for them to know that we're like leaving Raw. And once they know that, everyone can be a little bit more forgiving. They can be, a little bit more patient with those sorts of things than they might otherwise be. But that's the cherry and roses sort of takeaway, is like the decision to let the Dimension Door work is a good decision. Any issues I had with the fight, I think, are non-issues, because I think that they were based on that decision and that decision was worth it. I think that's the big thing, is that ruling of cooling was worth any weirdness that fell out from it. However, I have a slight critique. The only thing critical that I will say, which honestly it's mostly preference, is when doing that sort of ruling, I would prefer to lean into the risk that is inherent within the activity rather than the output behaving chaotically. Sorry for my ignorance. What wasn't Raw? The Dimension Door. The Dimension Door could not have teleported inside of Umbrasyl. So it basically, Dimension Door just fails if you try to target a space that is like taken up by a solid object or a creature. And the inside of a creature is definitely taken up by them. So that is the part of the ruling. But again, it's I think it's well worth any weirdness that fell out from it. Because yeah, the like someone brought up in the comments, the main thing that I maybe had a problem with was like the insides of Umbrasyl having the same AC as the outsides, which is like totally a preference thing on the DM end, and isn't something that the book ever concerns itself with. Because the DMG and the monster manual assume that you will never be inside of a monster, at least while it's alive. So the AC of the interior versus the exterior is never addressed. But if you lead out of Raw with this Dimension Door, that is true. Purple Worm is maybe the exception because it's like the classically gigantic creature. That's fair. But in broadly, it doesn't concern itself too much with the situation that Vox found themselves in, because that situation is very difficult to like get into in the first place. Raw. But once you go out of Raw, which again, I think Matt definitely should have done there, you introduce a lot of those things that aren't accounted for within the rules, and you might get some weird results. A bold assumption. Matthew, I will, oh, there we go. Wait. I did smell, but I realized I need better timers and such. Oh, well, that's cool. I'm glad. And I mean, with all of my advice, take it always with a grain of salt. I am applying advice for the specific situation that I'm specifically seeing within the show. It will not apply everywhere, but I'm glad if it's helping, and if you feel like it's helping. How big would a creature have to be compared to a PC before you allow a Dimension Door? I would allow it in the same way that Matt did. Like, I think that ruling is good and cool. So, like, it's like, how big would it have to be? It depends on the size of the PC and depends on the size of the monster. Yeah. So I'd allow it exactly how Matt did. But we just have to keep in mind that for smaller ones like dragons, it might result in things that the book didn't take into account. In all fairness, some creatures lose AC as they lose armored bits. True. And I mean we can get into, there's all sorts of like ways that you could handle that, could run it depending on your preferences. But the big thing is like once we're in out of raw land, we just need to know as DMs and as players that there might be some fallout issues, and that's just the cost of doing business if we're gonna do fun raw stuff. I mean that's also fair, said Theshel. It all, if you would allow it or not, is not exactly what I'm going after here. It's more just like if you do the thing like Matt did, there are going to be complications. Like, and any rule of cool is going to come with some amount of complication. But the only critical thing is that I would prefer, like I said, I would prefer to lean into the risk inherent within the activity rather than the output behaving chaotically. And I have a TLDR, and then I have the like in specific instance from the episode that I'm kind of referring to. So, to try and put it concisely, I would say that there are two kind of competing mindsets in what I'm talking about here. One is more the wild magic mindset, which is that if the adventurers don't play by the rules, and by don't play by the rules, I mean like they want to do something that is not explicitly mechanically allowed, but through rule of cool, you as the DM are allowing them to do it. So that's what I mean when I say don't play by the rules. So if the adventurers don't play by the rules, it injects some difficulty or risk into the method they are using to accomplish their goals. The other, which I would call the devil deal mindset, is that if the adventurers don't play by the rules, their plan, the method, goes off without a hitch, but there are potentially future complications that they maybe didn't anticipate. Both have their pros and cons, but I lean towards devil dealing. Who could have guessed? I like the more predictable method because I think it creates less friction on doing cool or interesting things, but the unexpected nature of the following situation enhances drama and conflict after the fact. So, now that you know kind of generally what I'm talking about, I'll talk about the specific instance from episode 54. So, this thought process is specifically, I know it's a big wall of text, specifically in regards to them appearing on two different sides of the membrane within the dragon. I would say that this is pretty firmly in the wild magic category. They are breaking the rules of the spell. Just straight up. They just are. So, in Matt's interpretation, the spell behaves erratically, chaotically, unexpectedly, whatever you want, resulting in them not getting exactly what they were going for. But the actual situation inside of the dragon is more or less what they anticipated, at least in terms of like actual impactful things. Now, to me, to draw a comparison between the two, the devil deal version of that situation would be to make the inside of the dragon more perilous. So Matt actually approached this with, and this is why I say I specified like impactful stuff when I was describing that, is because Matt almost did exactly what I would have done, like almost to a T, where I didn't pay that much attention to it in the moment, but when thinking back on it, I love it, and I wish it would have been a bigger factor, which was the lack of breathable air. That could have easily hampered Scanlan's ability to perform the verbal components of spells, and Dimension Door needs a verbal component. All absolutely completely within Raw. So that is the sort of thing I would have leaned into, rather than a situation where like the unpredictable method of like them popping out on either side of the membrane makes it harder to get out. The simple situation that they have put themselves into involves variables that they didn't anticipate hampering downstream plans. And to throw some love Sam Riegel's way, Scanlan even demonstrates exactly the type of creative overcoming of these unanticipated variables that I would be looking for as a DM, casting Thunderwave to give himself a pocket of breathable air. I would have ruled during the game that when he casts Thunderwave, he has one round where he can cast like an action that requires verbal components. And I would even say that because of what he's trying to accomplish, if Thunderwave takes a verbal component, maybe he can make like a con save or a con check even to approach being able to do that. Honestly, all of the distinct pieces of what I would have done are there. They just aren't as emphasized as I would have made them. And there are other complicating factors that I wouldn't have included. Matt's going the opposite direction, where, you know, what he did, he emphasized the chaotic nature of the Dimension Door. And then also threw in a couple of other things, whereas I would have emphasized the other things and maybe had some flavorful complications with the Dimension Door, but not anything really impactful. So it's a very fine line of these two mindsets. They're very close to each other, but they differ in some key ways that I do think make them distinct from each other. Matt's players do often ask to do things the rules flat out say no to. Matt encourages it by allowing things. Yeah, absolutely. And I love encouraging that sort of behavior. That's honestly part of the reason that I go for the more devil deal mindset, is because the frictionless method, like the thing that they want to do, having, you know, no immediate complications, encourages that sort of creative thinking more even into the future. Whereas complicating the method puts a tiny bit of friction on, well, I could try this non-raw thing, but I don't even like really know how it's going to play out if I roll bad. So that's why I don't like that as much. But like I said, I think that is just fully a personal preference thing at this point. That isn't a criticism as long as he's encouraging it consciously, which I think he is. Yeah, I agree. I fully agree. Yeah. In C1, it's a bit of a weird gray zone since they transferred over from a different TTRPG. Yeah, also very, very true. Yeah. Yeah, we can definitely say that the end result was fun for everyone. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, this is a slight critique and more of an analysis of different styles than necessarily even a critique. But, yeah. The other thing... Oh, and then there is also a third mindset that I would not use and Matt did not use, but I do think is valid for certain types of players and tables. So I didn't want to totally skip it. It's also sort of a third mindset, which is where if the adventurers break the rules, they simply have to pay more to do so. We'll call this the American corporation mindset. It's definitely the least, like, I would say creatively inclined of the three mindsets, which is both, it's a pro and a con. Like, I don't say that just disparagingly of like not creatively inclined. It's pro and con of it's limiting in its impact, but it's also a lot less like taxing and weird if you're trying to improv something quickly. Like improving a sort of wild magic mindset can be tough to balance on the fly and make sure it's not too crazy. And same thing with the devil deal. Putting them in a dangerous situation that they aren't anticipating can be challenging to improv. So just jacking up the price on the action because it's creative can be a way to really quickly improv something as a DM. Corporate. Yeah, thanks, Daniel. That's just what came to mind. And to relate it to the Umbrasyl example, the Dimension Door example, you could turn Dimension Door into a save or suck. So say, you roll it just like Scanlan rolled it, and then if you get below a certain DC, the spell just fizzles. Like, it just doesn't fucking work. if you fail the check. And so you essentially waste your turn by trying to do the creative thing. Or possibly determine whether or not they still took the force damage from trying to teleport into the creature. So in the spell description, if they try to teleport into like a solid object, the spell fails and they take 4d6 damage. So if you wanted, you could increase that cost a little bit. So you can say, okay, you can do it, but overcoming this, barrier within the raw text of the spell is going to cause you to take 6d6 force damage. And you can flavor it however you want. You're pushing through their soul. You're bending the weave to your will and it fights back. There's all sorts of ways to kind of model that, but that essentially increases the cost of the spell. It's not just a spell slot, it also costs some health to do this non-standard thing with it. And you can even still make it a roll if you would like. You can still say that on a success, the spell just goes off without a hitch, but on a fail, they take that damage. Both of these raise the cost of doing something interesting without injecting too much chaos into the resulting situation. Definitely could be good, and I noted it here, could be good for players that lean more towards wargaming, or just general tables that lean more towards wargaming, or maybe just highly predictable sort of combats where you're not doing anything that's too chaotic, too random. You still want to encourage those sorts of tables and players to do interesting things. But if they don't do interesting things because they are uncertain of how it will result, or of what the outcome will be mechanically, they might back off. And so you could kind of employ this third mindset to say, okay, no, I'll tell you exactly what'll happen. Like, if you're going to do this interesting thing, I'm going to up the cost on the spell this way, but then you'll get exactly what you want. So now it becomes more of a resource management and risk reward sort of situation, which I think those types of players and tables would enjoy. So yeah, as an improvise, there's no better gift than a supportive surprise. I agree. Yeah, Save or Suck, I think, is the third obvious option. Let them do it normally, outright deny it, or Save or Suck. Yeah, I think it's the easiest standard option when someone wants to do something, very out there. I think the Wild Magic or Devil Deal are better for tables that like injecting a little bit of chaos, a little bit of drama when they do non-standard things. And the real delineating factor is whether or not that chaos is injected within the situation or within the method that they're choosing to execute on their plan. So they're very close to each other. It's a very, very minor difference. So that's probably the main way that I would have changed Matt's rulings in the actual fight. Everything else, I can see myself having ruled the exact same way mid-session. Maybe I would have ruled differently, like with the movement, or maybe I wouldn't have. It's hard for me to say. But this one is one where I'm like, I can be pretty confident that I would have ruled differently. But that is a very in the weeds sort of like mindset difference between us. I do always like the here's the bargain approach, especially for higher level characters. Logically, a high level wizard would have a good idea as to what the risks are. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. And even to that extent, these mindsets are, and the differences between them are things that you could employ at different points in your game, at different levels, in different settings, if you're going for a different tone within a specific arc. Like if you're wanting to hit home a sort of stranger in a strange land sort of thing where all of the adventurers, all the PCs are experiencing culture shock, I think wild magic mindset is a much better route towards instilling that sort of tone and feeling. Whereas the devil deal, I think, might be better for like a planar adventure, planar escapades, or if they're a scrappy couple of rogues trying to take on Big Daddy faction, grappling with powers above their ken. I think that the devil deal mindset goes a little bit more towards that tone. Whereas the third mindset, the American corporation, is, I think, a little bit better in potentially like situations where not the impact necessarily, but situations where the stakes aren't nearly as high, and also just for different tables. But even at my table, if the stakes aren't super high and they're just doing some things that it's almost guaranteed that they're going to succeed at, it's just how much of a cost will it be? How long is it going to take? All of those sorts of things. I think the third mindset is really good for that because it doesn't potentially elongate more boring parts of your campaign, which every campaign is going to have, boring sections. It doesn't potentially elongate those, but it still might complicate timelines, resource expenditure, how much they can do in a certain amount of time. It could affect your timers that you have set up. So yeah, these three mindsets can be employed to also elicit certain types of tones within your tables and your games. Feywild, everyone is a wild magic sorcerer. I do like wild magic zones. As someone who is famously a wild magic hater, as a subclass, I like wild magic zones where within this geographic location, everyone when they cast a spell has to roll on the table. I like that. I generally like weird and wacky, like geographical complicators. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like wild magic always being there, but having it be in an area where magic might be especially useful or as a component to characterize a certain geographical locale, I like that a lot. One of my favorite episodes, Taliesin ate this episode alive. Ooh, exciting. Okay, well then, with that, we'll go into the comment highlight. What up, Pharaoh? How you doing? I like the upcoming Wild Magic subclass. I'm excited to see all of the classes. I'm not even taking a peek until the actual book comes out. And then when the book comes out, we're gonna do it all. We're going to tear that book asunder when it comes out. But until then, I'm trying to avoid any sort of spoilers or priming for myself. What up, John? How you doing? All right. So we'll do comment highlight. And let me do a little bit of a topic switch. Comment highlight. Perfect. And boosh. All right, from Sputnik 90, hello. Had a hot take last episode, and then they explained it more in the comments. And I did have things to say. Okay. So I don't have that much to say. I do understand what you are saying now a lot more than I did in the moment. But I think this definitely is an interesting thought experiment. Oh, and I should summarize for folks. So basically, the hot take understanding is in your head. You write this combat. Oh my gosh, I actually need to give more context. I kind of didn't even remember that this took so much context. Basically, we were debating last episode about if your players do a lot of prep work, if they do a lot of planning, how much do you reward them? And how much do you basically allow them to trivialize the combat? How much of a reward is good planning worth? And Sputnik had a little bit of a hot take there. So in your if they've done really good planning, which I think the players did an amazing job at planning for the Umbrasyl fight. In your head, you write this combat off as a player win whenever the fight becomes a foregone conclusion. You decide they are guaranteed not to lose, thus still rewarding their perfect planning. In action, at this point, you contrive a way for their plan to fall apart and the boss becomes free to act and do its cool shit. The fight becomes more dynamic, you get higher stakes, tension, etc., and you play out the rest of the combat, and then you just end it at the most cinematic moment. Most cinematic and cool. Ideally, the players realize none of what you're doing behind the curtain, which I agree with. So, I think this is definitely an interesting thought experiment, but I do think it runs into an issue. It leans on the general concept of fudging and rightly points out that the players need to not be able to detect what's going on. As I've always said, if they know that you're fudging, you're doing it wrong. However, this is my actual issue. That complicates the reward. In the scenario that you described, the reward for their planning is still that they win, but because they don't know that the fight is a foregone conclusion, which they shouldn't if you're doing your fudging well, they don't actually know that their planning is being rewarded. And maybe there's a angle here that I'm not thinking of. But I don't see a way to communicate that they did indeed receive the reward while also hiding the fact that the second stage is already determined. And, you can kind of abstractly think about like, okay, well, I'm giving them this big reward, but maybe even if they don't perceive it, they'll perceive the smaller reward. And at that point, I think that the players would perceive the reward as however far they got through the ostensible HP pool during stage 1. So basically before the contrived their plan falls apart segment. I think that is what they would perceive as the actual reward, is everything before the boss breaks out. They'd be like, oh, that was the reward. And we wind up, and at that point, we just wind up back in the debate of how much to reward them. When do you set that contrivance point? So it just sort of shifts the same general argument from the real reward to the perceived reward. But it's a very interesting thought, especially if they potentially planned so well as to trivialize the fight, and trivializing the fight is boring. I think this is absolutely a decent option, but we still have to have the discussion and the debate in our heads of where do I place that point that I stop that from their perspective, I stop rewarding the planning. It's, because they're only going to perceive less than what you're actually giving them. it's a weird sort of mind fuck around it. So yeah. I think it was a very interesting thought process, but it at least doesn't answer the question that I need to answer for myself of when do I place that point. If I think that their planning is incredible, how much do I reward it / how much do they perceive me rewarding it? So yeah. That is basically that. Also, I was told by John that this is the first ep where we have apparently a CR staple, so I'm very excited for that. But with that, we still don't have Twitch ads. I will run YouTube ads anytime I take a break, but I'm also not going to run on like a super strict schedule. So I do think before we start, we'll take a quick break, let anyone that is catch up even further before we actually start. Let everyone settle in, get a drink, go to the bathroom. And then we will start up, and we are only going to the first half. So yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna take a quick break. I will be right back, and then we will start whatever this is. Umbrasil, episode 55. See you guys in a second. Boop. Oh no, what happened? I don't know why that didn't work. Is it... Setup critical. Is this the right... Oh! I did a typo. A typo stopped all of the auto magic things from firing. Dang it. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Like I said, we're still getting back into it. Sorry about that. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm excited, but I'm holding myself back because part of the issues are when I get very excited and then we have another fucking internet issue. Let's see. The programmer's bane typos, honestly. I've been going crazy on the streamer.bot programming stuff. I have some really exciting things on the horizon that you guys will probably not care about at all. Because it is such like behind the screens how the sausage is made stuff that will make things intensely easier for me. Like part of it is why the chapters have been possible. And I think we'll honestly just continue to get even easier. But the actual like nuts and bolts of it is so boring, but I'm really excited about it. But I think with that, do we have browser unmuted? We don't. Let's unmute those browsers. Make sure that's all the way up. Okay. The pain of being nerdy. Perhaps you're cursed. It's possible, Sputnik. It is very possible. Have you heard about the Stormlight Archive TTRPG? I have. I don't want to look into it until I've finished because I feel like it will inherently contain spoilers. But I have heard about it, and I will definitely be looking at it once I actually finish the series. So yeah, that's very exciting. Let's see. Okay. I think we're probably good to go. So with that, we will watch. I think we will get ready to start. I'm making sure that everything is set. That everything is working and I didn't miss something on accident. I think we're good. Okay. Feels like a hot minute. I know. I probably will, Matthew. I am wanting to do streams like that, like those Daggerheart streams. Well, one for Daggerheart, but for a lot of other stuff. So if you liked those, I think you will have more content that speaks to you coming. Anyways, let's get into it. Episode 55, Umbrasil. I can't hear anything. Fuck. Why can't I hear anything? Oh, wait, I know why. Gotta unmute the tab. There we go.
Came out of it.
Yeah.
You guys are ridiculous. I think we'll probably see some of that at the break today. But before we kick into the game, let's get through our announcements for the evening while we also wait for Mr. Sam Riegel. Scanlan, who I think, as we all can consider, is pretty important to tonight's event, seeing as how he's currently being digested in the belly of a dragon.
Oh, shit.
So,
shit.
I know. What?
That didn't happen.
Yes, it did.
It's where he's currently interred.
No, it's fine.
Yes, it did.
What, me worry?
No, so, start off our announcements for the evening. First off, I am going to be flying.
No Scanlan. That it's on one hand, I would debate if I was Matt, like, oh, do I still want to run such a, potentially momentous? Oh, he's just late. I forgot. I Yes, he's just late. I got confused. I read an absent player, but it's just absent because he's late. Yeah, so that's not that bad. There is a part of me that's like, if he was going to be gone, and it was just one of them, because I know that they took a break between these to do a battle royale. But if it was just going to be one person left, and it was just Sam Riegel, you know, generally you don't want to do too much big stuff without them. But if Sam's cool with it, out of anyone at the table, Matt controlling Scanlan in this situation is probably going to result in the least likelihood of anything of a 2PK. So, you know, practically there's maybe an amount of benefit to be had if he was gone. But he's not. So we're good. Let's see. 136. 136 to 212. What nervousness does.
Totally. Over with the lesser. Are you guys throwing up because of how nervous you are?
No.
Yep.
Oh, my dice! Where are my dice?
Where are your dice?
I'm so nervous. I don't even have my dice.
Go get your
I'll go
dice.
find them. I'll go find
Travis
them.
is gonna get them.
Mary mother.
Oh, sheer.
Wow.
Sheer panic.
He reached to stew on this, and it's already falling apart. All right.
Exact icy, steely demeanor that I depend on.
I love it.
Oh my God, are they in there?
All right. Sure. Well, he looks for those.
I have extras if you need some.
I have some already.
I did want to also say the newest Dear Abby article.
Oh, I can imagine that they're very nervous. I mean, this is a nerve-wracking situation that they've got themselves into. Yes, I am aware of that, Matthew. I mean, it's one of those things where, in terms of CR news, especially CR news like that, like, you know, sort of personal life news of the individual actors, you know, or producers or what have you, they're how do I phrase it? I'm incredibly glad to know that Sam Riegel is recovering in recovery. I'm very, very happy, but it's also probably not something I'm necessarily going to like cover on the show. You know, I think some folks sent it to me on Discord, and it got posted in the Discord. A big thumbs up. For that, I'm very down to be like informed and to keep up. But the actual show itself, I mean, I don't have much to say about it other than that's awesome. And for stuff that I don't have much to say about, it probably doesn't generally get included in Critical Eyes or in any sort of like posting or whatever. Because yeah, that's awesome that he's in recovery. But yeah, that's very cool. Yeah. Positive attitude. I can't believe I'm being positive. Yeah. Interesting. Or not interesting, but yeah, that is something I had to think about, especially with this, because some people like specifically like DM'd it to me, and I was like, yeah, I don't think I have a very interesting take other than that it's awesome, you know. And I am excited to one day watch it as a catch up carry. But it's good to hear. I think. Oh yeah, more nervousness.
Gonna happen.
Oh man.
Just do it in the little thing,
Says
and
a
then
little bee for
I'll
my
feed
dad.
it back to you like a little bird.
So just go in there.
I threw up so many dice.
I'll talk about our sponsor this week.
You want to jump into that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we.
Oh shit! I forgot. 1 second. The chair is gonna stream for a moment. Paige just left, and both of us forgot that their food comes out at 7, which it must have just ticked over to. So chair's gonna stream a bit. I'm gonna go open up the doors to let them get their food. I'll be right back. What's up? Yeah. Yeah, Daniel. Yeah, I don't want to. It is very cool to know and hear, but yeah, I definitely don't want to, like you said, clickbait, hot Sam Riegel news. Not to say that anyone who has talked about it is doing that. They might have more to say on it. But it's sort of like the art recaps where I still watch them, but I don't have much to say on the art breaks other than, ooh, pretty art. Anyways, first, Sam Riegel ad. Speaking of.
We have a new sponsor coming in, sponsoring this episode of Critical Role this evening.
Hey!
So, Travis, you want to take it
Our
over?
amazing sponsor this week is Backblaze. And Backblaze is an amazing unlimited cloud backup company for your Mac and PC for just $5 a month. It's incredible.
What?
We have an amazing representative from Backblaze in the studio. He's a crazy, crazy Uber fan. Yeah, wave to me, baby. Blow me a
Hi.
kiss. He's incredible.
You should check out his Twitter page because he has printed out Flat Mercer and he's chronicling his adventures, and I'm pretty proud of it.
Yes! We're on you. We're talking about Backblaze right now.
Hey guys, Backblaze is a great service. It offers unlimited cloud backup for Macs and PCs for just $5 a month. They're supporting the show tonight. I was saying this in the car on the way over.
Well, please continue. I'm not stopping.
Guys, no shit, I just installed it yesterday on my home computer. It's currently backing up right now. It's an online file backup system for all your stuff, your documents, your media, your Critical Role fan art.
Yeah, fan art.
Your videos of Scanlan singing things.
Yeah.
There's no gimmicks or additional charges. It's just $5 a month. And you don't want to go to backblaze.com. You want to go to backblaze.com/critical role, where you can get a fully featured 15-day trial.
How many
Just
days, Sam?
15 days free. If you like it, keep paying $5 a month. It's nothing. Or if you don't, whatever. It doesn't bother me. But it's only for critters. And also, if you go to backblaze.com/critical role right now, you'll see pictures of us, quotes from us. It's actually really cute.
Yes.
Yeah, it was pretty cute.
And I am such a supporter of these guys that I even wrote a song for them.
What?
It's very short.
It's very short. I just turned it up to 1.25, but it does sound slow. I agree.
Please, go ahead.
I'm backing up in Backblaze of glory. Take me now, download the truth. I'm backing up. Okay, that's it.
Hooray!
I need a drink now.
You did good, Sam. You did good.
Oh, that's silly. I mean, speaking of, not much to say.
No, thanks. I'm now.
Silly Sam Riegel moments are silly. I guess if I do have something to say, you should back up your shit. You should absolutely do periodic backups. The only other thing I'll say, the caveat that I'll put on it, if you're using a cloud backup service, you are probably giving that data to that company. Even if they tell you that you're not. Even if they say it's encrypted, it's this, it's that, it's whatever. Just keep in mind, companies that have said their security is airtight have gotten compromised. Now, that's not to say there are plenty of things that you can back up with there being essentially no risk. But, like, I, for example, have, like, my marriage certificate scanned and, like, in my backup drive. But I locally back it up to a physical external hard drive. So I do not need to be worried about data privacy breaches. So do keep that in mind. Anytime you give a company your data, essentially assume that it's going to get compromised. I mean, fuck. In America, one of the three, like, not credit agencies, what do you call them? The one of the three agencies that, like, manages the credit scores got compromised. And the only reason that it wasn't, like, a bigger event is because so much data got dumped that it's nearly impossible to search through all of it. So you're maybe safe in anonymity. So yeah, if you're giving your data to someone else, keep that in mind. But that said, a cloud backup service for, media, photos, all that sort of shit, there are possibly some risks there, but probably chill. The amount of students I've talked to who lost their thesis day before it was due is staggering. Yeah, a thesis is a great example of, like, you probably don't care if, like, the Backblaze gets compromised and someone gets your thesis, but it's incredibly important to have your thesis. So that's a great example of, like, cloud backup service is perfect for that for, like, students and that sort of crowd. Security is never completely airtight. Yeah. On-prem security. I mean, there is, when you are doing, like, white hat work, when you're doing, like, offensive security, or not offensive security, pen testing, like, physically accessing locations is part of pen testing because it's a very real thing that happens. Cloud does indeed make it not fully under your control, though. Yeah, you're handing it over to someone else. So, if someone breaks into my home and steals my backup drive, that's on me. But yeah, you can't, and especially if you give it to a company like Backblaze, they are basically now aggregating a bunch of people's data and becoming a single target that if a malicious actor were to target just them, they could get a lot more data rather than if a malicious actor was just targeting my apartment. They're only going to get my data in that case. But you got plenty of data that it would be bad if you lost it, but not too bad if someone else got it. And that's the exact sort of thing that, like, something like Backblaze would be good for. I now compromise my own data to take away powers from the megacorpos. Yeah, Facebook can't compromise. They can't sell your data if you already sold it, baby. Yeah. So crazy to see how much the ads evolve over the years, lol. Yeah. John told me it's now, like, Scanlan ads are like, or not Scanlan, I guess, Sam Riegel ads are like an institution. So I can imagine. That's fun, though. It should also be noted that a backup at the same location as your primary data is risky. Yeah, also true. Very, very true. So yeah. Also, the issue with auto backups like iCloud is that if your file gets compromised, it will then perpetuate that. Yeah, true. But, like I said, like, I will talk a lot of shit on other, we'll call it, types of tech sponsors that have not been represented on Critical Role yet. I'll talk a lot of shit on certain types that I won't name. But, like, a backup service, there's absolutely things that you should back up and that it's not too risky to give to someone else. So that's a solid service. She does sometimes watch the Sam ad before leaving the room. That's so funny. The bad ones are short and the good ones are great. That is how I would like to be remembered.
Yeah.
That's how I would like all interactions with me to be remembered. The bad ones were short and the good ones were great. won't name in case they reach out to sponsor you. Look, I'm because there are very specific ones that I would accept a sponsorship with for very specific reasons. So I don't want them to see the clip and get immediately turned off. Because there are some specific ones that would be fine, but the broad majority of them that you see on YouTube, no. Remember him as short and great. Sam's writing notes on idea for an ad during the panel. That's so funny. It makes perfect sense for him, knowing him, like all of his little ditties and jingles during episodes makes total sense that he becomes the ad guy. And I mean, he's already done a little bit with like criticalrole.shop or whatever their website is, of like merch selling. So this is a very understandable evolution of the character of Sam Riegel.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die today. Thank you.
No, you're not.
No.
Stop it.
Mike's got us covered.
She's gonna heal everyone.
All right, great.
Right, Mike?
So, without further ado,
Say stuff like that.
and no further delaying, the inevitable.
No.
I will not stand for
You got a
this.
little, you got a little something on your nose.
Little thing in my nose right there. That's
You might go need to go to the bathroom. Check
yeah,
it out.
no, it's great. So, let's go ahead and roll.
All right, and we get to Matt starting his recap, where we will start the episode in earnest. And I'm going to go shut off the dog's access to their food. They have food that automatically comes out, but it's in an area that is like not locked, but like, you know, closed off, so that they don't get it in their heads to go and break in while we're gone. So I'm going to go close that off really quick. Alrighty. Let's do it. First part is the recap.
Oh, continuing where we left off 2 weeks ago. The intrepid party of adventurers known as Vox Machina, after recently freeing the town of Westruun from being occupied and ruled by the roving Herd of Storm, which Grog once hailed from, cut down their brutal leader Kevdak,
Yes.
and temporarily restored power to a combination of himself and Kevdak's son, Zanror. An accord was made between the two of you to agree
To disagree.
to go after and destroy the ancient black dragon Umbrasyl, member of the Chroma Conclave, and Mark for you to eventually destroy anyway, but who had currently made a deal with the herd in exchange for goods, gold, and ruling over the town, would let them live and be essentially undisturbed, seemingly. You gathered an army, you forged a plan, and an ambush was set for the next time the dragon swooped down from atop the mountain Gat Shadow to retrieve its package. At this time, the trap was sprung, the dragon held fast by hooks and chains, a giant metallic trap designed and orchestrated by Percival, and everything was going great.
Would work too.
The dragon had sustained quite a bit of damage and seemed to be in a rough place until it broke free and left much of the herd fallen, dissolving, and screaming. Also, Scanlan and Vax dimension doored into the inside of the dragon and have spent a number of rounds now deciding how to get out of it, maybe?
Tiny Vax.
Tiny Vax. Thanks to a potion that does that. You managed to go ahead and put in a immovable rod within its stomach, which held it up for a moment before it decided to truly gain the advantage needed to escape the circumstance, allowed it to tear through its body, as well as an arrow that was shot by Vex towards her brother, in hopes of, I don't know, being a signal of hope, or to put him out of his misery. I'm still trying to figure it out. At this point in time, Umbrasyl took to the sky and began to coast off towards Gat Shadow, seemingly the domain that it's carved for itself in this region. On its way out, Grog had thrown his newly acquired blood axe and his chain of returning into the dragon, left it, and is now being dragged behind it now, dangling as it flies off. And that, my friends, is where we kick back into today's story.
They fucked up.
So, let's see if we have, as you guys, Grog, your feet leave the ground as you swing forward, but unable by the momentum.
Okay, so they're probably not going to say anything else. I was going to note it in case they talked about it at all more. I will say, this was there's a decent shot that this was just like an offhand joke. But I will say that if Vex did that sort of thing, that she clearly did with like intention, you know? And as Matt, you know, as the DM, you're like, I'm still trying to figure out why she did that. That is like a good example of the sort of conversation that I would have off table, of not exactly like, you know, not planning anything, not doing anything too crazy, but that's a good example of like a low stakes thing that I could pretty much recommend to any table, no matter the style, of like, if as a DM you're like, I have no idea why my player did that, you should probably ask them. I think asking them in that situation is good. But again, that could have just been an offhand joke from Matt. I could very much see that. But that's like maybe a prime example of like one of the least controversial things you can talk to your players about off table. There are plenty of other things that I've recommended that are more controversial, but that one's pretty straightforward.
Momentum pushing forward to keep up with the sheer speed of this dragon and its size, its mass, and its full stretched wings. It is far faster than any of you expected, and it whooshes up towards the mountaintop. You, just looking behind as the ground just fades further and further away. The rest of you, Vox Machina, seeing this happen, see essentially a half of your friends, your party, only one of them visible, now beyond your reach. With that being said, for this circumstance, let's pick up where we were on the initiative order between you three.
Just straight into it.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
we left at a right time for that,
I
guy.
cannot feel the lower half of my body.
Here, how about
That
this?
should be why you
How about
food
this?
yourself.
Because I can't find the original initiative order, we'll just say for this circumstance, we'll roll initiative based on what action's gonna happen here. So I'm gonna have you three roll initiative.
I'm on lucky dice. I get advantage of it.
I got 12. 13.
13 also.
Oh, jeez.
Starting off right.
Alrighty.
The look of disgust.
So,
Oh,
as
no.
it crests into the sky, whoosh, whoosh, blackish dragon blood dripping from wounds, you can feel every single tension of its upper torso's muscles with each swoop of the wings crushing against you in this rhythmic pattern. What little bit of air currently has been placed at the top of the stomach based in your thunder wave is all you have to maintain any semblance of hope. There's an arrow in darkness. However, Umbrasil at this point, who does go first in this order, is concentrating on survival and continues gliding upward. You hear a rumble within the inside of the body, and the essence of a growling, angry voice creeps through.
These foul creatures, get out of me!
I need you guys to both roll strength saving throws right now.
Boy, what?
He's trying to puke you up.
Or just crush us. Strength saving? Yeah, not great. 15.
15. You manage to put your arms against the side and using whatever forceful arcane cantrips to keep the walls at bay before it actually finds you and you slip out in time. You, however, do suffer 6 points of bludgeoning damage as the muscles once again tense against you. Umbrasil is very much aware that there are now living things inside the stomach squirming around, and as the muscles relax, the voice just growls again.
Try all you want. Don't worry. I can eat you now or later.
Can't hear you.
So we had 2 13s and a
12.
12. All right, so Grog, Vax, what are you guys doing?
I'm taking.
Bramblewood is now beneath you now. You're heading towards the mountain. You can see the edge of the forest now.
Maybe I'll go first, just in case something.
You know the Bramblewood.
Yeah, go for it.
The Bramblewood? I'm holding on, right, with the Titans of Knuckles. Whereabouts is the Axed Lodge? Can I see where the chain is attached to?
You can see it curving up ahead of you, and I mean, with how high the sun is in the sky, it's around noon. There's a heavy bit of shadow, and at this distance, make a perception check.
Oh. With 1 and then a 13.
That's good.
Minus 0. 13.
13. It seems to be somewhere around the base of the tail, like where the tail meets the rest of the actual body itself, the torso area.
Shoot.
It is poo.
No, it's not quite in its butt. It's more on the side.
How high am I?
Looking down, numbers are hard for you to pick up. It's a long way.
A long way.
It's a long way.
Well-
Yeah.
Only one way to go, and that's up. I would like to try and pull myself up the chain towards Umbrasil.
All right, go ahead and make an athletics check.
Athletics or strength?
Athletics, which is better technically.
not on athletics. I only get it on
Well, it should. Well,
It's a
your-
strength
your
saving
strength-
thing. So
Yeah, it's strength plus your proficiency bonus.
Oh, I get an advantage or a proficiency.
You get your proficiency bonus. You're no longer raging because this is more fear struck.
Oh, 14 plus 5. 19.
19. Okay, yeah. You begin to ascend the chain. You get closer to it. You can now see the axe itself is embedded and is starting to like wiggle and pull out. So you're making your way up to the chain with the full round at this point. You're almost to it, but that's going to be the rest of your action this turn.
Okay.
So what are you doing?
Taking the dragon sword and I am shoving it along the angle of the arrow that's coming in toward it to try to go parallel.
Okay.
So-
the arrowhead is still poking through.
And I'm sending it along that line.
Okay.
Out.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and make a general dexterity check to see if you're able to be so
20.
Oh! Okay. So, using the essence of where the actual shaft of the arrow has pierced the hide and is stuck through, you take the blade and use your understanding of precision weapons and implements to find the slight opening, and the blade, thankfully, is very thin. Slide it through with minimal resistance. You can see the muscles are still pushing against it, but the already preset wound from the arrow does guide it through, and you imagine you go straight to the hilt, and it's found its way all the way through the wound. No additional damage.
I think that there's something kind of interesting here. We've talked before about me not loving extraneous description when it comes to the environment, and someone rightly pointed out that extraneous description might be Matt vamping. This, to me, is much more what I identify as vamping, whether for myself or someone else, of someone did something that you think is a good idea, but right off the bat, you're not exactly sure how to reward it. And so you vamp with a lot of like your precision, your expertise in precision implements, sliding it along the haft and this and that. There is a lot of time there for you to actually figure out what you want to do as a DM. And so I think it's nice to try and make the entire battle interesting and you know, make even very normal actions feel cool. But I definitely think that adding even more flowery language on when someone surprises you is a good way to get some time back to think. Which, the first time I ever brought this up was during when the Briarwoods were in Amon. And at the time, I didn't connect the fact that he was doing this because Liam surprised him by going into that back room in the first place. In my head, I was like, why are we describing this room so much? But it's because, like, Liam surprised the shit out of him, and he has to vamp a little bit to figure out how this is gonna go. So, not just look at this thing that I noticed. This is I think this is a good way to go about vamping and thinking, yeah. This is a time where saying I'm doing X to do Y would be helpful. It would. Of Liam saying what his goal is with piercing that hide would be nice to direct Matt's instructions. And it's sort of a, not necessarily a double-edged sword, but it is, to a degree, a bit of preference on the player end, on how surprised you want to be, and, like, how much of a very specific idea you have in your head of what you're wanting to do here. Like, if Liam himself is not really even sure of what the benefit of this would be, but it seems like something good to do, I think it's fair for him to not outright state a goal. But I think that sort of thing is very necessary when you have a very specific goal in mind, which has happened several times throughout the course of Critical Role where I've brought this up. And this is one where I could see it kind of going either way. Of Liam maybe had a pretty specific goal of what he wanted, or he might just have wanted to widen out the hole, and he's willing to take whatever Matt gives him. And in that case, you don't necessarily have to state a goal as a player, but you are kind of treating that action with a little bit softer hands of, because I'm not stating a goal, I need to be okay kind of with whatever happens, with whatever the DM decides is the result of this.
Which is dealt necessarily, but it has gone.
Does not count as an attack on the creature?
You said you wanted to put it through an existing hole.
The hole is this thick?
Yeah.
Like,
Now it's
That is true. That is true. They are now in the middle of clarifying, and I think that's very accurate. Yeah, where it's like Liam has a bit more of an idea, but although, it's sort of like he's kind of just like arguing the result. And this is maybe, it doesn't even necessarily seem like Liam has a huge goal in mind here. He's just not pleased with the result of no damage. And so I think as a player, if you don't have a goal in mind, if you're not saying I'm going to follow the shaft of the arrow in order to have a higher chance of doing damage from in here, that's a good goal statement. And that, lets the DM know what your intentions are with this. If you don't include that kind of goal statement, yeah, it's kind of like whatever happens. Whatever the DM decides, you kind of got to be cool with. If you don't want to go and litigate and potentially disrupt the pacing.
like a straw and the blade is this? That's not
blade is this thick.
piercing damage? There's no piercing damage? Whatever you want.
Would you want to roll an attack for this?
Yes, I want it to be attack.
Right.
Yeah.
Now you would make the attack as the blade. The idea being that you wanted to guide it through the hole.
I'm going to use one of my lucks. I got 2 left. Better.
Did you use any luck for the battle?
I used 1 last time.
Right, so you have 2 left. Good.
12 plus strength, which is low, is 14. The dragon sword. Is the dragon sword plus anything, guys? I don't know that I have the...
+1.
+1, alright.
It's a +1, and then there's additional damage against dragons.
Oh, and I have to roll... But I'll just say I missed. And then I'm going to take, for my bonus action, I'm going to slide the dagger up along the same line and try to widen that gap.
Okay. This roll will be at disadvantage.
I think the last one was too, which is why I just scrubbed it.
Right. So go ahead and make the secondary attack.
Nah.
Yeah, okay, so the blade's in there, and it's found its way through the pre-existing wound, but you don't quite have the strength to actually wrench it enough to do any real serious damage, because it is a very, very... It's a very hardy and well-defended creature from its natural mass. The fleshy interior of a dragon is almost as dense and as protected as the armored hide on the outside, and that's one thing you weren't counting on when entering its form.
And what did I just do though with the dragon sword? Did I widen the hole with the arrows?
You've put the blade through the hole, and so now you have that blade lodged in.
Yeah.
You can then use that to try and widen it in excessive turns in itself, and that will prevent you from having disadvantage on the attacks with that blade going forward because it's already in a soft place, and you can just wedge it, but it's going to be a strength attack for each of those rounds. The dagger, unfortunately, you just can't find any purchase in that point right there in the time given because of all the movement and the squishing. You do also suffer an additional 7 points of
Oh, okay, and I forgot
damage.
one other thing I want to do. I have movement too. I don't know if I can use this, but can I use my legs to push as hard as I can forward a foot or something? Using, like I know that with movement over difficult terrain, it's halved.
Yeah.
And I'm in the most difficult terrain.
You are in the most difficult terrain there probably is.
But if I use my movement, could I shove and go like a foot towards the outside, or half a foot or anything?
Pushing towards the wound? It's
Pushing in, using my legs to go.
Okay, I would say that would be part of your attack next round.
Okay.
Yeah, actual movement within, you would be able to move a few feet, but you have to release the blade to do so. Anything with the actual blade pushing forward would be your next action, so hold off for the next round. Scanlan, what you got?
Oi! So, I'm in a beast. As we all know, intestines are my favorite terrain.
I remember him saying that years ago. It's true.
Back when we first
Give me them
made
guts.
these characters, I remember you saying that.
So I held up that rod, clicked it, and then it was pulled out of the body, pretty close to where I am right now. When it went, did I see air? Did I see daylight when it went out of there?
It was very small. It's the equivalent of a bullet going through because the rod, when it punched through, it's a very thin, elongated object, so it just pierced through like a metal rod at very high speed.
So the dragon got very lucky and it went through like that, not like that.
Yes.
If it would have hit,
He's very lucky.
at whatever angle it would be, even then it's only that wide and it would still puncture a tiny slit. And due to the density of both the muscles of the creature and its body, it took damage, and there is a little bit of blood coming from the wound, you imagine. But it's not like it's going to leave an open, cavernous hole.
It's a cut.
Yeah, it's a cut.
Oh, I agree, Topaz. Making fun of 5e Ranger will never go away. I am gonna say, I think that I should also turn up the speed, I just realized, because we are still in combat. I think that Liam's being a skosh salty here. And, you know, about like, oh, so he got very lucky of, yeah, exactly, Daniel. Of like, and this is kind of part of my takeaway. And this is one of the reasons that when you're doing a ruling of cooling, make sure your players know. I think that at this point, the players probably do know. So let's bypass that. Once everyone is aware and knows that it's a rule of cool situation, we need to be forgiving as DMs, as players. And I think that Liam maybe isn't being as forgiving of the situation as I think he should be. There's maybe an even like separate conversation about it being, you know, a show and not a home table. But even at a home table, it's like when you're in these kind of weird scenarios that theoretically aren't even possible. Yeah, if the dragon gets a little lucky, well, that's fine, because we're already in an impossible situation. So if the dragon gets a little lucky, it gets a little lucky. Yeah. The advantage for Matt is they had a week to think about what limitations would be for Scan and Vax right now. The disadvantage for Liam and Sam is that Matt had a week to think about this. Well, and even outside of, you know, advantage and disadvantage, you know, the players are always going to surprise you. It's just that, like, in this scenario, as a player, you just kind of got to hold your hands up and, in this sort of situation, just kind of go along with the ride and trust that your player is not, or that your DM isn't going to fuck you. And I think that might be the source of this. This is speculation, which I don't like to get too far into, so I won't go too far into it. But I do think that this could just be a expression of his nervousness. Because I think you're right, Daniel. I think he occasionally has a few moments where he's a little bit overly attached. But I also think that this is just, they're very nervous about the situation. And in a situation that feels as dire as this, it is harder to extend that trust that the DM isn't going to fuck you. So, you know, I get it. I get it, but yeah. What's up, Edgar? Edgar Allan Poe? How you doing? What up? Welcome. I'm happy to be back. I always get the feeling that Liam had a very specific idea of what would happen. Yeah. And that is maybe the core of the takeaway, is once we exit the land of raw and we're into the land of cool, you have to let go of your specific ideas when you enter that. Obviously, my sort of style with that, I think maybe would be a little bit more copacetic with Liam. I think me and Liam are a little bit more on the same wavelength when it comes to how I would run this scenario. But regardless, we might not be. He might have just as many problems with the way I would have run it. And when we enter this fun special land, you got to kind of not hold on as tightly, you know? Partly because he's separated from most magical help. Yeah, true. Your olive was great. Yeah, it did get a chuckle out of me. But yeah, but also the times where I think what I would call like my normal players, my normal crew, whatever, the times where they have exhibited maybe what you would call like the worst behaviors or like the most negative behaviors for them is during moments of high stress. You know, when they think that, like, I can think of one of my friends in particular that knows a lot about the game, could absolutely be a rules lawyer if he wanted to, but holds himself back 90% of the time. But his rules lawyer comes out when when the stress and the stakes are high. The rules lawyer part of him kind of creeps out. And I think that's probably a similar situation here. So in the same way that I'm saying, hey, players need to treat this situation with softer hands, we also can't hold them to too high of standards in general, but especially when the stakes are so high. Yeah.
Got it.
But you did see where it through.
And when it went out, I didn't see any daylight or anything.
No.
It just disappeared.
You just saw it through the creature's eye.
Okay.
And you do see a little bit of blood beginning to pour out of where the wound was.
Okay. Oh boy.
Do it, baby.
I got nothing.
Stick a glove.
All right, I'll just try something, and we'll see if it works, and then I'll try something else next time, right? I won't die in one round, right? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna polymorph into a Triceratops, into a small poisonous snake,
Okay.
and I'm gonna go straight into that wound.
Okay, well, before that happens, you do take 4 points of acid damage from the stomach before you take the form, because I'm at the top of the round. So, at which point you turn into a small poisonous snake, now floating amongst the acids and kind of like finding your way along the surface, and you're heading towards the wound?
I'm going into the wound.
Okay, all right.
I have a swim speed of 30.
Right, you do. Let me check.
Official thing.
But I don't know if it's swimming. It's more
This
squeezing.
through the acid, it's swimming. Once you get the actual wound, this is more squeezing, and that's going to be more of a strength-based
eel.
bonus.
Electric
So that being the case here, the poisonous snake, I'm going to need you to go ahead and roll a strength check.
Sure,
to
man.
push
This is a
against the wound.
strong snake.
Really?
Natural one.
No.
Which, just as a heads up, is a -4 to its strength, so that's technically a -3.
Going well, guys.
Yeah, you dive in head first with all your snaky might. You slither and slither and slither. You're just getting nowhere, no headway. This is bad.
Okay.
Like a snake bite.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll take a bite.
Sure, go for it. Roll for an attack.
Like I saw this video on sex ed.
14 plus I have no idea.
+5.
Hey, that's a 19. That doesn't hit.
A 19. The inside of the stomach is not as well armored as outer parts of the body. A 19 would hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
What do I roll?
This would be. Oh no, you don't roll. It takes 1 piercing damage.
Oh my god. Okay, so this is firmly within DM style, preference, tone at the table type discussion. I think that the way that Matt is running and handling this right now is perfectly valid. I will say that my style of this differs a little bit. It's very similar to what we talked about in the takeaway of a lot of my thought process around these sorts of things, especially one-off scenarios that will be, let's call it, difficult to replicate. Swimming as a little snake through a immovable rod-sized hole in a dragon is probably not a situation you're going to get into too often. So, in those sort of situations, I am almost always going to opt for making the thing easier. Now, I think that in this case, Matt's in mindset number 3. He's in the American corporation mindset, where he says, okay, that's a weird action, save or suck, and he sucks. so he doesn't get to do it. Very, like I said during the takeaway, decent mindset to be in for this sort of thing. Totally fine. You have it. You're so right, Matthew. That's my bad. But this is definitely within my mindset is I am always looking to encourage that type of thinking. When he's not going to be able to replicate this, I want to encourage it as much as possible because I want him to be thinking, what's the next version of Snakes in a Dragon? You know, what's the next wacky scheme that will be fun and interesting and interesting to do. So I'm probably not having him roll a strength check there. Now, if he wiggles all the way through the wound, I might be like, okay, you're a snake on the outside of the wound now. How are you, like, hanging on? And maybe there's a dex check involved there. Maybe he transforms back into Scanlan and does something else. But that's more where my mindset goes, is I'm letting him do exactly what he wants. I'm letting him slither on through that wound because it's fun and interesting. And then there will be complications afterward. Because that's just awesome. That's just so much fun. That's so cool. I want every player to be thinking about that sort of solution to problems. That's not going to exist all the time. Sometimes Scanlan just summons Bigsby's hand and smacks things. But when he does think of the wild and wacky stuff, I want to encourage it as much as possible. Like I said, it is a tone thing, it's a DMing style thing, but that's how I personally run. Snake in a Dragon, high fantasy version of Snakes on a Plane. Yeah, Snakes in a Dragon, absolutely, I agree.
Guys, we knocked it down a point.
And it has to make a Constitution saving throw versus your poison. So that's an 8 plus 14
Jesus.
at a DC of 10. Yeah. So yeah, it doesn't take any additional. Oh, it takes half damage. So go ahead and roll 2d4.
Oh boy.
7.
It takes 3 points of poison damage.
And it is considered grapple. Okay.
All right.
Plan A, cross it off the list.
All right.
This is a very good plan.
Top of the round.
Very good.
Okay, so Umbrasil is still flying up, looking down at its form. It's kind of glancing about.
Don't see me.
Don't see me. You're gonna split. How can you?
It's already climbed up so much. Like, as you're holding on to the axe, you see before you, just past underneath the leg and the front arms that are kind of reaching down, this giant, dark, looming projection comes down and looks right towards you. The horned front of the dragon, Umbrasil stares right into your face and goes,
There you are.
and unleashes a torrent of acid towards you.
Jesus.
Climb under his.
I need you to go ahead and this
his butt.
is going to roll a dexterity saving throw. You have disadvantage
I do.
because you're currently holding onto the chain, but I believe you have advantage on them because you're a barbarian. Yeah. So just roll.
Oh, God.
That's not great.
So,
11.
do I see them?
No, they're way like they're tiny little like dragon speck distance. We'll get to you guys here in just a moment, but their situation's a little more dire and immediate, so I have to figure out what's going on with them right now.
Accurate. Hey, based. That is a great strat, great answer. I think that's it. Absolutely. If you know, all other things are equal, go with the most pressing and dramatic stuff. And try to get to some sort of resolution or inflection point. Where like the current situation has either fundamentally changed or is over, essentially, before going back to the less dramatic ones. Because the less dramatic ones, even though they're, you know, obviously not trying to metagame, it is very likely that they are going to be taking actions in terms of trying to help those people. And so their actions will have a substantial effect on the decision-making of the people in the more dramatic scene. Whereas the opposite isn't necessarily true. The people in the dramatic scene are not trying to impact the people in the non-dramatic scene. So more player agency, you might say, is maintained overall. If you go with the dramatic ones first, non-dramatic ones second. So, very much agree with Matt. But that all goes to say, I paused originally because of the Sputnik comment. Do you think it may or may not have been a saver suck if it weren't for the fact that he rolled a nat 1? I can imagine strength to see how long it takes to swim through, so success, but how well? I think that's valid. I'm not a. It's let me put it this way. It's very possible that you're right. I don't like Nat 1 as the saver suck. You know, if it is a strength check to see how long, every roll should just be on the gradient of how long. I don't like crits in skill checks. Pretty much period. Yeah. That's just not how I roll. So if that was it's very possible that was the case. If it is, I don't love that, but that's, you know, kind of a whole separate bag of worms. I agree myself. Matt seems to, though. Yeah. So what you're saying, like I said, what you're saying is totally possible. But if that is the case, then that's kind of a separate thing that I don't love. Pike and Vex worrying about their bros. Yeah. Decision of when to switch groups has a lot of valid answers. It's such a case-by-case basis. Totally accurate. Totally accurate. I fully agree. I think in this scenario, it's a good caveat to add to everything I just said of, in this scenario, I think the choice to focus on the more dramatic group is the better choice. But that might not be the same for every scenario. There definitely are cases where that is not the right answer. I will often switch when I feel like I've given the players things they need to consider before they know their next move. That does sometimes kill flow, though. Yeah, that's fair. And it's also like maintaining in fiction time is really hard with splitting the party. Splitting the party is just it's hard. It introduces a deep well of new considerations that make it hard for the DM to balance. Like, people like to meme about splitting the party being like, resulting in death or whatever, like you get picked off when you split the party. I think the real of it, which people also know, but I think like 99% is just that it makes it substantially harder for the DM to run. And so you're, I think, just at base going to get a worse product. Maybe there are times where it's necessary to tell a certain type of story or to accomplish a certain plot beat, and there absolutely are situations that are enhanced by splitting the party or where splitting the party is necessary, but especially surprise split the parties, like non-planned split the parties. I think those are rarely going to result in like a nicer flow than it would be if everyone was together. Just because it's fucking hard, you know. Not that it negates your points as such, but it might also just be a table preference thing. It seems like Sam specifically doesn't get deterred by Nat 1. Yeah, no, I think I mean I think we've had the skill check Nat 20 Nat 1 conversation before. That it's skill crits are absolutely a table preference thing. The like real core of it is just that it makes any given skill check more swingy, more random. There's a 1 in 10 chance that your modifiers essentially get ignored. And that's fine. That's fine. If that's how your table wants to roll, you want, again, more randomness, chaos, more swingy nature. Skill checks can absolutely accomplish that, but I don't love them at my table. Honoring natural skill checks naturally makes things more swingy. Yeah, exactly. On skill checks, but I treat it as a rough plus or minus 5. That's also fair. I mean, yeah, all of this is going to go down to how swingy, how random you want it to be. It's going to be a degree of like a gradient of me not having any manner of skill check or of skill crit is going to be less random, less chaotic than Deadly, who has the +5, -5, and that's going to be less chaotic and random than like auto success, auto fail, or ridiculously bad. Well, actually, no. So then there's another one where it's like auto success or auto fail. And then another step over on the gradient is that they are uniquely good or uniquely bad situations. You know, it's all a sliding scale of how much chaos and how much randomness you want to inject into the skill checks. I hate auto fails, succeed, crit on skills though. Yeah. There's also a very famous early TTRPG podcast where they split the party and Will Wheaton's character died in an acid pit. Nice. Had an interesting home rule that turned it from 120 to 1400. You had to roll a second crit to have it count. Yeah, that's definitely also an option. Yeah, like I said, there's so many ways to modify that to get what your table wants. I am someone that is at my tables, I try to limit the amount of homebrew as much as possible, honestly. Not because homebrew is bad. I still have very specific homebrews that I love and would never play without. But I try to limit homebrew. So, like, skill check crits are just homebrew. Like, anything beyond no, like no skill check crits, that is all in the land of homebrew. And so for me, if I don't have a very specific reason to do the homebrew, my opt is always going to be to not do it. Because I want to make my tables as light on rules that people can't look up on their own as I can. And as light on contradictory rules. Because, like, if someone forgets, like, you could even have a homebrew rule sheet at your table that people can reference. But if people forget that a certain ruling is homebrew and they're just looking it up in the book and they don't check the homebrew sheet, then now there's contradiction. They may not if you're not using incredibly precise terminology, which D&D 5e naturally does not, there can still be confusion when writing homebrew rules on top of the confusion that can already exist within the book, within the books. So that is kind of where my mindset is around a lot of those. Is it's sort of the same thing with potions as a bonus action. I have not heard an argument that super convinced me to use it, and it's a default no unless I get convinced. Which I've gotten convinced on all sorts of shit. Just not that. I don't think you've ever touched on saving throws. Thoughts? I won't have skill crits on checks, but will on saves. No, yeah, for pretty much the same rationale as no skill check crits. Saving throws are the world doing something to the character, and there should be some things done to the character that they can't save against. Or there should be some things that they're guaranteed to save against. I think that's, like, I don't have, like, super hard, like, hoorah-rah feelings on that, but I have vaguely positive feelings about that. And so I haven't, again, it's a thing of I haven't heard an argument for saving throw crits to implement them. And yeah, again, if I am not convinced, I'm just generally not going to do it. I hate it being impossible for characters to pass certain saves no matter what. Yeah, and that's like an opinion thing of if you hate that, that makes total sense on why to approach that homebrew. I actually like that. But that's definitely an opinion thing. If there's any issue, I say refer to the sheet instead of a vague look it up because I know it's the homebrew in question. Yeah, but then that, and again, this is a very like broad statement, but that increases the amount of administrative communication. So, and I want to limit that. I want as much of our game time or our at table time to be in the game, in the fiction, and so limiting the amount of homebrew allows them to look it up without talking to me. And if it does like come up and I know that it's an issue with the homebrew rule, then I can do exactly what you're saying of telling them to go and look it up in the sheet versus the book. But I like for it to be as standard so that they can look up as much as possible without speaking to me. Because then we are keeping as much of the game, in the fiction, as possible. It's also why I generally don't love theater of the mind, like pure theater of the mind. That's why I'm always going to draw out some sort of map, is so that we can limit that administrative communication of where am I in the room. Same general mindset. If there's the consequence of having a dump stat. Yeah, I agree. Do you hear bonus action potions? I've been, I'm not like actively avoiding the 2024 PHB, but I haven't been following it, trying to stay, or I want to consume as much of it all at once as possible. So there definitely are segments that I've heard about, but I haven't given them too much thought. So that I can dive into it as much as I can. I will say, absolutely no problem with that. I don't have a problem with the actual like bonus action potions rule. My problem is that I don't care about it. And I don't want to add more homebrew if it's something I don't care about. It was same weird rule. Yeah. Oh, interesting. What up, Ross? How you doing? Someone recently implemented saving throw crits as a trial because my singular caster felt a little left out, not being able to crit. Not being able to... Oh, because... Why can't they crit? Like, are they just avoiding... Are they avoiding, like, attack roll spells? Because you can... Oh no, have I been playing with secret homebrew? They never roll an attack. So they're just, like, avoiding attack roll spells. There were... spells were saving throws. I mean, at that point... Yeah, that's a tough one because their main spells were saving throws. I see. I mean, that's definitely a weird situation because I've played a spellcaster who specifically focused on saving throw spells, and part of that was avoiding critting, like critical failing specifically. So it's interesting, but I can easily imagine a scenario where they just like those spells and the whole saving throw business is sort of incidental to the spells themselves. Yeah, and I mean that's enough of a reason. Like when we're talking about like the reasoning for me to implement homebrew, if a player is like having a negative experience because of something, I will talk out possible resolution pathways. And one of those might be saving throw crits. Yeah, not something I super care about. Like saving throw crits broadly. So So if it's something that would really improve their experience, that might be a solution that I would go towards. But I've never had any player communicate that sort of thing. That is interesting. Giving Fireball the ability to crit just sounds mean. Yeah. I mean, most saving throw spells are not... Off the top of my head, I can't think of any that are like insanely debalanced by being able to crit. I would have to look into it a little bit more. I've never had a reason to approach it, so I haven't thought about it too much. But off the top of my head, I would have to compare like comparable spells and their damages to see if this is going to massively imbalance some spells, but off the top of the dome, it doesn't sound like it would. I'm in the hospital. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sending hope. Sending hope, Ross. Oh, I hope things... Oh, it's a plan say. Okay, gotcha. Let's do. Oh, I hope that it goes easy and exactly how you guys plan it. I am not OP. But there's definitely certain types of casters that won't have a lot of attack roll ones, area control. Yeah, true. A lot of the power of save spells is many very often do half damage on save, which is better than a crit, but I get that it feels worse. Yeah, we're definitely like largely in player feel territory, which is definitely like an individualized thing of how they feel about a spell is going to be different. And I can, I think it's a very easy thing to say, like, we'll just pick spells with attack rolls if you want to crit. But some save or suck spells are super cool and you want to pick them, but you also want to crit. Like, I think that that's like a fair mindset, even if I haven't encountered it. Yeah. Would the enemy not take any damage if they rolled? I feel like that would be a natural way to go about the ruling, Pharaoh. That seems like a pretty natural way to go about it. Yeah, which would be very interesting on Save or Suck. But yeah, it would have to be like an individualized conversation with that player. I don't think I can give like a broad opinion on that, other than player feel can be and has been a reason that I introduce homebrew, beyond my kind of baseline opinion. Player feel is a very, very important factor. So yeah. Anyways.
What if
All
we
right.
would have chased after them right away? Really?
You can if you want to. Did you want to go after them?
Yeah, I would have chased after him like immediately when it took off.
Okay, we'll get to that in just a minute.
Okay.
As it is, the dragon's speed is it can fly at 80 feet per round.
It's really fast, though.
Yeah. And it's making double like dash maneuvering here, even at your fly speed on
What
the
do
broom.
great eagles have? Giant eagles, I think, have really fast speed too.
Check out fast. Giant eagles.
80.
80 feet. So the eagles are able to keep up. Crossing that way.
So if the eagles were to pass somebody...
8 feet.
Well, first off, Grog, you take 62 points of acid damage.
Nice.
Wait, you have acid resist? No, you don't, because Keyleth went away.
It went away.
Oh, why would we go away?
Yeah, remember, because she
I
used
dropped
to...
Yeah, she took damage in the drop.
I took damage. I'm sorry. It wasn't my fault.
Yeah, no, she took damage.
I lost concentration.
So
Blame the dragon that did 40 damage.
as the stream pours past you, you feel your flesh burning and elements of your skin are like actually sloughing off and plummeting beneath you like a thick oatmeal. You still maintain your grip on the axe through sheer force of anger and willpower. Umbrasyl slows down a little bit in not doing the double dash maneuver. That's going to end Umbrasyl's turn. So you sent the eagles after.
Well, no, I wanted the eagles to pick up Pike and Percy.
Okay. Okay, so the eagles swing by.
Wait, before. Wait, not yet.
What, no?
Quick. Stone! Stone!
She's stone. She's made of
Start
stone.
with the telepost
Big
stone.
stone.
Big stone.
Well, I'm
Pass it to her.
I'm going to hop on an eagle.
I literally am sending the eagles as this is happening, and I dash out of the tree on my broom and go for the immovable rod just long enough to stop and grab it and keep taking off after the dragon.
Okay, so you go and retrieve the rod, grab it, and head off in that direction. So we now have both of you on eagle back, heading off with you trailing behind as you can't quite travel at the same speed
And
as the eagles.
I'm going to try and clear my gun while I'm up there, too.
Okay.
You
Keyleth, what are you
gotta
doing?
ride. Animal handling. I'm gonna drop and I'm gonna start focusing on the gate stone.
Okay.
So, situated, I'm just going to try and clear the gun and see if it's an easy fix.
Go for it.
Nope, gun's broken.
It's broken?
Yeah, gun's broken. I've got another gun, but the big gun's broken.
Yeah, bad news is out. All right. As you're flying off, you're having a hard time with the bumpy ride, as this eagle also has been near death due to being partially dissolved by the acidic attack. The dragon before. It wasn't the acid. It was something else.
It was,
wrecked
no,
it.
it was
the acid?
What's the acid?
No, it was like a bite or a claw.
Yeah, it was a bite or claw because the acid would destroy it.
But yeah,
It
they
was-
were both alive.
Yeah.
So.
So the eagle's heavily wounded, and due to it shuddering, trying to keep up, it just causes you to end up bending a portion of the actual weapon.
Put it away.
All right. You guys clean up. You're concentrating on the stone.
1 minute, baby. 1 minute.
Okay. So, bringing us back now, Grog, you're recovering from this attack.
I look down and I see my beautiful body tattoos melting away like instant
no!
oatmeal. Not even like the nice apples and cinnamon kind. It's like the maple brown and sugar
That's
that
my favorite
nobody
kind of
likes that.
that's
You're
my
alone in
favorite
this.
kind.
And that makes me so angry that I go into a rage.
All right. Do you recall you do have 1 point of exhaustion since your frenzied rage do wear off before?
Right, yeah.
We do
Yeah,
have fear
so you go into a rage.
Oh, but we have your space. It's good.
I don't know if that helps, but just remember.
I don't know if it helps at all.
Doesn't have that.
Alright. So I'm going to rage and I would like to try and continue climbing up the remainder of the distance.
Okay.
I'm pursuing.
Athletics check with advantage.
With advantage. With advantage.
That was a 1.
Oh, way better.
That's much better. That's a 20. That's a 29.
Okay, you find your way up, grabbing onto the edge of the tail, and you actually pull yourself up onto the base of the tail. You're on the back of Umbrasil right now. The chain is still currently attached to its side.
Yeah.
Mother dragons.
So you are up.
Do I have any more movement at all?
It's kind of taking your whole turn to really get up there.
All right.
Are you going to dislodge Blood Axe or leave it there?
I'm going to dislodge it because it was already so weak.
Okay, so go ahead and make your check to remove it from the DC 12. You get that.
That's a 1.
Dragon
You can't use that, guys, anymore. Use this one.
You pull on the chain, but the reason it managed to hold your weight this whole ride up was it was wedged pretty well into its armored hide. And thank God it did. However, at this point in time, it's proving that is now coming back to haunt you, as it's really hard to pull it from where it's stuck in the dragon. That's going to be the end of your turn. Max.
First turn, I'm going to use the dragon blade to attack and slice downward and try to wedge that
All
hole
right.
open a little bigger.
Go for it.
That hits. That's a well, I don't know if it hits. 9 plus my strength for this sword, right? Not dexterity.
Correct.
Oh wait, but it's no. You said finesse.
No, it's finesse
for
with this
attack.
one. We're letting this one be a finesse.
Probably hit before. So that's a 24, 25.
25?
Yeah.
Alrighty. You carve an opening in the side about 1.5 feet in full length there. As you drag it here, rolling. Go ahead and
It's
roll damage
it's
on
1d8 plus your
Yeah, I
plus
got
your
that
dex
down.
plus the plus
Thank you.
okay.
Plus.
9, 16. 16.
that. 16. Alrighty.
And then this is a game rule saying Grog is within 5 feet of this thing, and I'm no longer at disadvantage. Or am I?
This is less rules. It's more narrative. Yeah, you don't understand the body or where you really are in the body of the dragon.
Yeah.
He's not threatening the creature right now. If anything, it's actually threatening you. This would not be a sneak attack.
So I'm not arguing.
Yeah,
As possible.
no worries.
So I'll use the dagger to.
I love you, don't kill us all.
And then I disadvantage with the dagger still, or I just place, man.
I'd say yes because the only reason you had disadvantage with the blade was already within an existing wound. And you just
Then
pulled
I
that.
miss.
Okay, the other you go and stab again. This time it hits a dense part of muscle and does sink in enough, not enough to really do any serious damage from the
And
inside.
there's air queefing in and out of this slug.
A little bit, yes. And it's about that wide. Like there's. Yes, there is. You seeing that?
Yes, no, I'm going to slide my body and try to stick head and dagger arm out of it and hang half in and half out, if possible.
Okay, yeah.
just
Go
rolled
ahead and just
four.
make a straight strength check. 13? That's fine. Thankfully, the DC is lower because you managed to carve a large wound in. You plant your feet against the other muscle wall that you're between. You push off, and you jam yourself through it in like the most awkward tiny berth. Just above your armpits, your head and arm emerge out the side. Immediately, a gust of wind hits your hand as you realize and look down. You are hundreds of feet above the ground. Bramblewood right beneath you. But you are partially out of the dragon.
You can breathe.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah.
You take 3 points of crushing damage as the muscle walls around you are still squeezing in on you in your current placement. That ends your turn. You, at the top of your round, your snake takes acid damage. Oh, only 1 point of acid damage. How many hit points does your poison
he has very
snake
many.
have? It may have less than 1 hit point. In which case, you're just gonna turn right back into a
I think
scanlan.
he's dead.
Let's find out. Let's find out. It has 2 hit points.
Oh god. Oh no, but wait, I took damage last round too.
That was before you transformed. It was the
Okay.
top of your round. So.
Hey, I'm still a snake. Well, I'm not gonna try.
So actually, speaking of, flanking is a it is. I should clarify. It's optional. It's in the DMG, which I will say. This is an opinion that I know is factually wrong. I want to preface that right away. I know that this is factually incorrect. But I still feel that practically in the real world it is true and correct. I don't think that there is a substantial difference between optional rules and homebrew. I think for all intents and purposes, even though optional rules aren't homebrew because they're in the because they're actually listed in a Wizards of the Coast project. I consider them in the same bucket as homebrew when I'm considering them at all. There are so many optional rules that get included that don't get included. Like insanity is an optional rule. DM points. The gods must be crazy, where you switch DMs several points through the session. There are so many optional rules. And because they are non-standard and they are by and large not included at all tables, the majority of optional rules, they're the same as homebrew to me. It is, because whether or not they are included at the table is so dependent, and so this all gets brought up. I still don't consider optional rules to be raw, even though that's kind of just wrong. But I still don't consider them to be raw. But I originally paused because flanking is what I would call a homebrew that I do use, and I like homebrew a lot. Or I like flanking a lot. I do agree with folks that say that it floods the game with advantage, that it kind of almost gives too much advantage. I agree. And I have had my hand at potentially modifying it in certain ways to make it less impactful. But I love to have some manner of flanking because I think it encourages more thoughtfulness during combat. But yeah, that is an example of, again, what I consider homebrew that I do use at the table. For what I can tell, almost everyone plays with feats. Oh yeah, feats are also optional rules, but it's kind of wild to even consider them that. So it's like, I think maybe the more accurate way to put it is I ignore optional rules as a category. Again, take it with the caveat that this is just factually incorrect. But like, I consider feats to be raw, but I don't consider flanking to be raw. They're both optional rules. So I know that's incorrect, but that's just how I see it. Oh, man. It legit messed me up when going into BG3, and I was like, where is my flanking bonus? Yeah. I have never heard of that short, please. What short? Oh, not like considering optional rules homebrew? I could make that a short. Does that extend to other expansions as well, like other subclasses? It doesn't. Yeah, like anything in Xanathar's. The gods are crazy thing. Oh, I could make a short about the gods are crazy. That's a good idea. I'm down. The gods are crazy is awesome. It is something that I've always wanted to use in my game, but never have. Here, I'll do a little short on the gods must be crazy. Yeah, it's an awesome optional rule that I have never used because it's a lot. But yeah. But yeah, so yeah, no, fair. That doesn't, yeah, like most of the stuff unless it is optional within those other books. So when Xanathar's gets published, anything that's in there I consider raw unless it presents itself as optional. So there are optional rules in Tasha's for basically like class modifications, where like Oh, what's a good example? I believe that fighters have an optional rule where they can change their fighting style on a level up. Expanded spell lists, stuff like that. So I consider all of those to not be raw. Essentially, they go in the same bucket as homebrew. But yeah, they aren't. And that's when you swarm your parties with enemies and make them flank. What if you had flanking work the same, but you made it slightly harder to get, i.e. both players must not have disadvantage and have taken an offensive action in the fight, i.e. a healer just standing there? Yeah, I think that could work. I think you can find a lot of detailed flanking modifications. I don't mind riders at my table, just at all. I have no hesitancy towards riders. I think that some people really do. And for definition's sake, a rider is like a +1, a +2. So like a +1 sword gives you a +1 rider to all of your attacks. So I have no issue with riders. So I'm a fan of flanking bonuses, giving like +2, +3. Something like that, where it's a little bit less directly impactful than something like advantage, but it still is worth getting. But there's a ton of flanking homebrew that you can find that are probably good. And Deadly's on the same wavelength. Yeah, absolutely. I think that totally works. So it's just a vibe with what you think isn't included. It's basically, if it's optional, if it is listed as optional, it's homebrew, unless so many tables use it that it would be silly to even think of it as optional, which is where I think that feats fall. Like, I think that if you went up to a table and we got to level 4 and someone was like, oh, I'm going to take the lucky feat. And you were like, oh, are we using feats? I didn't know. We didn't talk about it when we were talking about the homebrew rules that we're using. I think you'd be weird. I think that would be a strange thing to say at the majority of tables, to be surprised that feats are being used. So at that point, even though it's optional, it transitions into being raw, which is still a vibe. It still absolutely is a vibe. But yeah, I find the optional rule category to be largely unhelpful and not very accurate to the reality of tables. Optional. Yeah. Yeah. Both are decent additions to that rule. Sorry for like, oh yeah, no worries. Yeah. I prefer rulings over rules for most things, but even more for flanking. Flanking is almost entirely rulings. I get that. I get what you're saying, yeah. What if flanking just boosted crit range by 1? Oh yeah, that could also be cool. Like I said, I think there's plenty of ways you can do it, but I do like the aspect of surrounding the enemies gives you something, because it gives more encouragement for movement within combat, which is something that D&D at base doesn't have a lot of reason to do. As a DM, you have to design your combat just at base to encourage movement. And flanking is a nice rule that you can establish that beyond your combat design gives some incentive for some amount of movement and situational positioning. I'm honored to be highlighted in one you did responding about Grog being illiterate. Oh hell yeah! Look, I've been doing a lot more shorts lately. I'm liking responding to comments in shorts. It's fun. Yeah. Feats are so ubiquitous that I didn't even know they were optional, not raw. That's what I'm saying. If you know, at that point it's raw. Yeah. You could make the option that potions as a bonus action is headed in that direction. I think that would be a reasonable argument. Yeah. I think that would be, I wouldn't say it's there, but I think it's a very reasonable argument that it's on its way to being. Yeah. Movement and positioning are left vague on purpose in D&D. Ooh, that's an interesting statement. Because it's weird. D&D has this odd is in an odd place of, I actually wouldn't say that movement and positioning are vague. I would say that movement and positioning are vague in Daggerheart, where ranges are given in terms of like words that could, encompass this entire like slice of range. But like range and movement is pretty explicit in D&D. It is given in numbers of feet. And so if you're going into theater of the mind, if I think about, because when I think about vague positioning, vague movement, I think of theater of the mind play. And I think that Daggerheart is going to really fit within that a lot easier than like than something like D&D. But it's you're right in saying that it's not as specific as something like maybe like Warhammer 40K. It definitely is on the spectrum towards being more vague, but I think it's still pretty established. And the fact that some classes get like some of the features of certain classes are so tied into movement, like monk or even barbarian getting extra movement, I think it's in this weird place where it is so defined that they have features interact with it, but it's not defined enough that if you're just like making a generic combat as a DM, unless you think about movement, it's probably not going to come up. Like it won't just naturally come up. I didn't say it wasn't defined. No, I think I know what you mean. Like again, to compare it to Daggerheart, I would still say that like range and movement are both defined in Daggerheart, but they're much more vague. I didn't mean vague so much as I meant broad. Yeah. I think I understand what you're saying. Maybe I need to read the intervening ones, but I think I understand what you're saying. Flanking, sprinting, jumping, all these rules have lots of room for interpretation. I honestly wouldn't say that jumping does. I'm trying to think about the jumping rules. The jumping rules are pretty explicit. It's just based on your strength. It's not even a check unless you want to jump beyond your range. But like that's a pretty defined rule, Sprinting, totally. Sprinting is but actually, well, I would actually say that sprinting is also kind of defined with dash. So I don't know. Facing, cover, prone. I think facing is maybe the only one that I see, because also cover and prone are pretty explicit. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't know. The terms are defined well, but broadly leaving room for that discussion. Interesting. Yeah, maybe I might need an example of exactly what you're saying, because I don't really know what the room for interpretation would be in terms of sprinting, flanking, movement. Like the only thing that I think there is room for interpretation on is facing. Like which direction you're facing is rarely something that you need to interact with until you need to do it, and then it kind of solidifies down into whatever you're doing. While we're talking rules, do you have an ideal solution to make laying on the ground 10 feet away from an archer gives disadvantage? I know otherwise range fields would be too strong, but it's tough. Not really. I don't really have one. I mean, I think the only real, like, if you're really looking for something that is fluid and maybe works for all situations, is you could say it's a -1 for every 10 feet away they are. So that it's kind of this like scaling distance thing where at 10 feet it's only a -1, at 20 feet it's a -2, -3, -4, -5. But that's if you're comfortable interacting with riders, which is something that D&D 5e explicitly ignored, or not ignored, but explicitly avoided doing. Was that sort of building rider sort of system. So if you're comfortable with that, maybe something in that vein. But otherwise, you're going to kind of have to, if you just want to have it be disadvantage, you're going to have to define some cutoff point. 5e just decided, hey, if you're in melee, you get it. If you're out of melee, you don't. And I think that's a reasonable cutoff point if you're not going to do kind of a scaling gradient thing. You're doing a grid map. You want to sprint diagonally, but end up in cover, but the grid square is a little more or less than half in cover. The grid square is a little bit more or less than half in cover. I mean, if we are... There are ways to determine that. So, I mean, that's sort of what I think, like, colloquially, in terms of like how people really play the game, I think I totally see what you're saying, but there are just straight up ways to determine that within the DMG. So like in terms of determining cover, you draw wherever your mini is positioned, you draw arrows to the destination grid essentially, and if they're blocked, like you draw like 4 arrows. So I mean, you know, there totally are, but I do see what you're saying in that. I see what you're saying in that and I think this is a good. How exactly do I say it? There's sort of a 2-tiered rule system in D&D of like, there are the rules that the player's handbook mentions, and like cover is introduced in the player's handbook, but then it is actually made like specific and detailed within the DMG. So I think maybe that kind of more what you're kind of getting after, of like the rules as presented in the PHB leave a lot of room for interpretation, and then in the DMG they can get a little bit more specific and targeted. Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. That makes sense. Talking more from a player perspective. Yeah. Yeah, I think that I personally, I don't want to say I don't love that 2-tiered design. I can see its advantages, but I do think that spreading raw over 2 books, I don't love. I don't know. My rulings on those fire points are quite literally in the admin panel. Yeah. I'm tracking what you're saying. I kind of forgot what the basis of it was, but regardless, I'll say that I don't love the 2-tier design. I think it has advantages in terms of onboarding, and this has been a deep well of discussion, so I might close it off soon. But I do think that the two-tiered design of having broader versions of the rules in the player's handbook and then getting into finer points in the DMG makes it easier to onboard and teach players the broad strokes, where they can then learn the finer points within actual play. But I think that it does create this weird scenario where a lot of folks either don't even know about the other rules in the DMG, they don't run with them, so then like tables are running like different versions of Raw. Some DMs don't realize that finer points are in the DMG, and so they end up making up their own homebrew because they don't realize that they don't have to. Yeah. Talk about the two-tiered system. Possible, Spencer. That's not a bad idea. Yeah. It's definitely interesting. Yeah. Anyways, we will get back to Critical Role. It's been a long diatribe, but yeah, what is or isn't raw is a really deep well of discussion. Yeah.
Why that anymore? If I drop,
I should say a weirdly deep well of discussion. It feels like what is or isn't rules as written should be simpler and more straightforward. But I would kind of claim that it isn't.
form, is that my whole round?
No, you just let it go.
All right, I'm gonna drop the snake.
Oh, okay.
Snake was a try and fail.
It was a good idea. It's not a very strong snake.
I drop the snake, try to get that little bubble of air, and I'll fucking cast Bigby's hand.
Okay.
Sure, why not?
So using that little pocket of air, you bring your hand up, you do your quick somatic components, start at the phrase, and Bigby's hand appears and is currently being kind of squished between some of the walls of the stomach.
Yeah. Can you move it all?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to fist the wound. Just kind of like, just jam it, just like find a finger and just kind of like, how you like that?
What finger? Okay.
Oh.
All right. So
This wound will never heal.
Oh, wow. That's,
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. So as part of that,
Wow. So would it be a forceful hand?
This would be.
This just I was just about to say fist the wound. I wonder if they would put fist the wound on a shirt. Is it too crass? Are they too much of a family-friendly brand to make a shirt out of fisting the wound? Because it seems like merch material, if you ask me. But I don't know that my vibe is as family-friendly. They are not a family-friendly brand, and I didn't know. I honestly wasn't sure. Because obviously, in show, they are not. But some people are a little bit different with their merch, so I didn't know. I paused right before Fist the Wound, yeah. Would they put it in the animated show? You'll have to find out. Oh, I'm so interested. That is something I'm very interested in, is to see how the characters and their presentations change in the show. I know that, like, Keyleth is... Like some of her motivations are made a little bit more clear during throughout the course of the show. Scanlan is more who he ends as than who he began as over the course of the show. But I'm really interested to see the fine details of exactly how they're all changed.
Be a very forceful hand. This would be the definition of Bigby's forceful hand. Go ahead and roll an athletics check.
Athletics.
For Bigby, which is strength 28, so it's plus 8 to roll.
12.
Total 12?
Yes.
Okay. The finger pushes partway in and gets about halfway up to its second knuckle. And it's just chilling right there.
This is so embarrassing. Oh my god. Wow.
Blushing, man.
Wow. Okay.
All right, that's your turn.
I guess so. I mean, I have movement, right?
You do have movement, yes.
I can't move anywhere. I will, I'll take out, I have climbing stuff with me. Can I move my arms at all?
You can move your arms, yeah.
I would like to take out a grappling hook and just kind of grab onto the inside lining of the stomach.
Okay, make a strength check.
Nope. 6.
You take it, ching! It just kind of slips along the very heavy, mucus material lined interior of the stomach. Just a little scrape line, that's about it.
I can't do anything. It's great, it's great.
All right, top of Umbersil's round. Okay, breath weapon does not return. However, it's going to use one of its legendary actions to go ahead and attempt to beat its wings to shake you off of it, Grog.
Oh god.
I need you.
Are you raging? Still got the chain.
Yep. I need you to go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Which I have advantage on.
You do.
18.
18. Okay. You take 15 points of bludgeoning damage,
Okay.
which is reduced by half, so you're only taking 7.
Okay.
However, you are knocked prone.
His back.
Yes, which causes you to begin tumbling off the back of the tail.
Ah!
The wind-
Shit.
the chain of returning is still attached to you, however, and as you go tumbling off the back of the tail, it catches you. You're now swinging towards the back
Oh, jeez.
of the creature, of the dragon, now back where you started. Only the dragon's very aware of your presence. But you didn't plummet to your death.
That's good.
So that was the end of your turn. Now it's the top of Umber's turn.
These dragons are hard to kill.
At this point now, as this has gone on for a little while, as you guys begin to ascend it mid-upward, it's now partway up the mountainside. You can see now the forest has gotten more sparse. There are trees scattered across the top of the mountaintop.
We're close to Gatchet already?
You can see it. Like you're not there, but it's it's going across the forest top. It's coming towards the actual mountain base. It hasn't quite ascended it completely.
20 seconds.
What about giant eagles with people on them?
Yeah, they're keeping in tandem with it. They're not able to quite catch up entirely, just due to the nature of the fast dragon.
Our range.
Not for her, unfortunately, no.
They're not within 400. We're not within 400 feet of it, are we?
You at this point jumping on that thing, you would just be.
I will say, so someone who was it? Oh, Crocheting Savvy. Sam was digging into the depths of his inventory when he brought up climbing gear. Tools and, gear, outfits, things like that are some of my, I don't even know if I want to say favorite, but like some of my default tendencies are that skills make you more or less likely to succeed something, and if a thing is just a question of raw, unadulterated ability, like the difference between lifting a big rock versus a huge rock, some might say a boulder. That would be the difference of DC on a skill. But when it comes to unlocking totally new options, like scaling a wall, it might not matter how strong your fucking fingers are. There are some walls in the world that even Alex Honnold cannot scale. And that is where tools in general, but especially tool proficiencies come in, is they allow you to get way more options within a scenario. So I love, I absolutely love working tools and gear and tool proficiencies into my situations. And a lot of times, if someone asks me to do something that is on the cusp, on the borderline between, like if they're like, can I scale this wall that's like just like a normal brick wall? And I'm like, I don't know. It's not like it's perfectly smooth, but it's just a normal brick wall. That's the sort of thing where I will say, man, if you had climbing gear or mountaineering gear or some sort of item to help, maybe you could. But just with your, pure calisthenics, probably not. So I will, even if I'm saying no to something, if it's something where I can work in a specific item, gear, kit, I will explicitly say it within my no statement so that it keeps the option open for them potentially in the future. Like potentially in the future, maybe they find a piece of gear, or maybe they say, oh, I really want to do that. Let's go check the general store to see if that item exists. And then you've kind of introduced some gold sync type stuff. So I honestly, I don't do it as much as I probably even should, but I do like it, and I have worked it in very key moments that I've been very happy with. Yeah, you never know how desperate your players are until they're reading their whole inventory. Yeah. Not going to comment on climbing tools being more broken than net. Reading the item text. It's one of those things where I generally, if it's raw, it exists. It's whatever. You know, gear can take you from no, you can't even roll to that, to okay, make a roll. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. But I think it's literally might be as if you had a climbing speed of X in the rules. Very possible. I don't actually remember if that's the case, but it definitely might be. But yeah, I like map making kits, and I also really like having people roll with proficiencies other than skill proficiencies. Yeah, I think that's really fun as well. Just mixing it up a little bit. With all the magical items player gets, I think the basic non-magic gear gets forgotten too often. Yeah, I agree. It's, yeah. I definitely agree. Yeah. Anyways.
Be on the outside of the range if you want to try.
I held myself back there. I don't know if you noticed. I was about to dive way deeper in, but this is part of what I was saying of I'm going to need to work myself back into the format of when to cut myself off and when to maybe not dive into a well of discussion. It's getting back into it a little bit. So that's why this one needed to be a half ep. I think I am blowing past my normal desired talking ratio. But that's fine.
I'll make a...
Okay. Your disadvantage needs attacks because you are on the back of a flying, wounded bird.
Don't let the bird get hit by Umbersaw.
Fuck it. Taking a shot. I'm at least taking one shot to see what happens. Oh, yeah. Natural.
I also definitely need to do some work at analyzing the talking budget a lot harder. The core mechanics of the talking budget are working flawlessly. So now I need to dive into the actual like math and numbers of like setting it to a realistic budget, because like that is an insane budget. We're at 36K on a episode where I've been talking a lot and the budget's like $1 million just because I was just putting out random numbers. And so I need to actually work with the talking budget a little bit more because it will be very useful once I get it really solid. I think way more useful than the timer. But right now, the numbers are just so out of here that I haven't really like gotten there yet. But anyways.
20.
Is it really?
With disadvantage.
Oh, God.
Do it again.
220s. Oh.
18. That'll do. 18, 23, 27 to hit.
That hits. Go to
Flames inside of
My face. Oh, and he still has no. Did I lost text?
Lost text, yeah.
You're great, Rollo. Come on. You're in the game.
14 points of damage.
14 points of
That's the
damage.
best reaction of all time. He just hissed at Mercer.
Okay. Gun goes off. You hear whiz go by your ear. The bullet hits the side of the Umbersill. The head looks back towards the rest of you, now approaching at a distance.
Do not let the bird get hit. You will plummet to your fucking death.
Okay, I'm a.
She said over here.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to spend the rest of my pick pushing the eagle down to fly at tree level.
Okay.
Out of the trees.
All right. So the top of Umbersill's turn.
Potentially deadly, depending on how caught up you are. And Ross, I introduced the talking budget only like a few episodes before we had the big hiatus. So I think it's probably only been there for like maybe just the episode 54s. Like all 3 of the episode 54 streams. I think that might have been when it got introduced. So if you haven't watched those, you probably won't have seen it. But it's essentially a replacement for the timer. So it listens to what I'm saying and how much I'm talking, and it budget involved. Yeah. It basically tracks how many words I'm saying. It doesn't do it super accurately, but on average, it's close enough. And then I can set a budget where, okay, I have to, not hit the budget. Again, kind of similar to the timer. And so the idea would be, it also has a decrement that runs occasionally. So when I'm not talking, the number will slowly go down. So the idea would be to set a budget, probably in this case around like 30K, so that I have to like cut myself off and like stay silent for a little bit to let it go down, and then I can talk again. So yeah, it doesn't actually like do anything. It's just like self-analysis to help me understand how much I'm talking. Like 37K in under 3 hours is not a great, I mean, it's too much talking. If I want to hit my desired talk ratio, which is about 2.75. When I get a ratio above 3, I've noticed on rewatch that the episodes feel like they kind of drag. But under 2.5, it feels like I'm not talking nearly enough. So somewhere between like 2.5 and 3 are the ones where I rewatch it and I'm like, that one felt right for the ratio. So that's basically the goal, which was the goal of the timer originally. It's just trying to get myself in a good pace of how much to talk versus how much to let the episode play. There's a villain in one comic who has sick monologue about tool using. One must create the means to do what one cannot do by one's inborn nature. Woo! That is nice, Set Theshalo. I like that. That's a good one for like a sci-fi future tech villain, sorta. I like that. Yeah. Rip timer. I know. The timer will always be here in our hearts.
As you guys are pushing forward and you're still concentrating, the dragon growls under its breath. You can't hear you too far away.
I know. She can read lips. I'm so far away. Dragon lips. I just want to know what he's saying.
The outer view of the dragon shimmers for a second.
No.
And then vanishes from sight.
He's gone invisible.
No.
We're not like Wonder Woman inside the jet?
No.
What about my hand hanging out?
Yeah. You see the dragon.
What about Grog?
Grog is dangling from nothing right now. Grog is just kind of like kiting through the air.
So we can still there.
Okay.
So we
You
can
have
still see
sense. You
where
have sense.
we can see Grog?
In theory, if you can keep a beat on him, yeah.
Oh
I'm
my
enlarged.
god.
Yeah.
And
It's very heavy Grog.
Is Hunter's Mark still up?
Is he Hunter's Mark still?
He would be, because you haven't taken a lot of damage yet at all.
haven't taken
Yeah,
any
so you
damage.
still have Hunter's Mark on him, yeah.
Okay.
That's good. That's good.
Continues upward. That comes to the next part. Grog, you're
Oh my gosh.
I had one question. I drank that potion of speed and it hasted me for a minute. How many rounds is a minute?
up. That goes down, yeah,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Well, there's nothing to do but to climb up the chain.
Sure.
Up the chain.
Wiener snap.
15.
15? Alrighty. You manage to pull yourself halfway up the chain. You get back to where you were towards the base of the tail. That's kind of the extent of your round there.
Cool.
The wind resistance itself, you can see the axe itself. After you trying to tug it forward, did bring it a little loose, and so its position is still a little precarious.
Might as well say something cool. I can do this all day. I'm really not.
Alright, facts.
I would like to use my movement if I can with a blade that I used to go this way, and I've got a big foot long thing. I want to try to use my movement to reverse the direction of the blade and stab inward.
It would be it'd be part of the attack to draw it out and attack.
Alright.
What would use your movement? So
Yeah, I just don't want to. My dagger hand's the one that's out. I want to try to maneuver the sword around and just stab inward and just keep cutting bacon in here. I want to attack the dragon, but still from the inside.
Just from
with
the-
the hand that's inside.
Okay. I mean, you're in a weird position now where the blade's actually at your side, so pulling away from the body, there's very little strength to pull that way since you punched through the wound.
Okay.
So you're essentially holding the blade right here.
Then if I did this, can I just continue to saw in the same direction and do an attack?
Yeah, you'd be at a disadvantage on it.
Visual life. I don't know what I'm seeing.
You stab through, you cut a wound,
Yeah.
you holding that blade, you punch through,
Yeah.
and the thickness is about most of your body's length.
Okay.
So like most of your body is still trapped in the wound. You've just barely pushed through, and you're still holding the blade back this way. There's no real strength to attack from this position because you're essentially being squished.
Then I'm going to attack at disadvantage with the dragon blade, and then I'm going to stab with the dagger that's outside.
Okay, go for it.
The dragon blade, the blade on the inside rolled a 15.
15?
Yeah.
Just not enough strength to get it through. You try and pull upward, and the blade comes loose, like comes towards your body, but doesn't actually find any additional part of muscle to cut through.
And the dagger on the outside is 21.
21. Just scrapes across the hide. It's not strong enough to pierce it from the outside.
Next.
All right. You do also take 1 point of bludgeoning damage as the wound tenses again around you once more. Scanlan.
For my bonus action, I'm going to fist the dragon again. Trying to jam it in there.
Roll an athletics check. Plus 8.
20.
20. Poof, the hand pushes into the wound, causing it to tear open and rupture a part of the stomach. As it punches through, temporarily leaving an open wound in the side of its stomach area at the point. The hand now, Bigby's hand is partially outside of the dragon now.
Great. Great.
It does. Okay. Takes 11 points of damage from the wound.
Yay.
And you currently have a little bit of light is visible before the wound closes.
Before the wound closes.
The muscles retense. Like you just watch it punch through right now, and everything's just like it's the moment of impact.
It hasn't clenched yet.
Oh god.
I'm going to jump in that thing. I'm jumping in the hole.
All right, so you leap in after Bigby's hand, just in the wake of it slamming into the side of the muscle of the stomach walls. As it kind of, in that one moment you're rushing past, you can feel the actual muscles tensing behind you. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw. 18.
18, okay. You manage to leap behind Bigby's hand and grab onto the side of it as the hand punches entirely out of the dragon's body. The wound slamming shut behind you.
Minor example. but I think a lot of the advice that I give is like kind of broad, it's stylistic, it's, using these specific examples to give, broader advice. But this is one that I've given before, and I like to give it again because it's very like in the moment advice. Like when you are actually running in the moment, what do you do? I wouldn't make this a saving throw. I would make it a skill check because my heuristic when I'm in a session is if a player is doing something, it's a skill check. If it is being done to them, it's a saving throw. And to an even greater extent, if you want to like think about it mechanically and not even as like broadly and vaguely, even mechanically, if it's an action on their turn, it's probably a skill check. If it's something on someone else's turn, it's probably a saving throw. I add the probablys in because when you get that detailed, there start to be a little bit more edge cases. But this is definitely something where I would have had it be like an acrobatics check rather than a dex saving throw. Something I love about Sam playing Scanlan, a cringy joke is coming and it's good anyway. I love Scanlan. Everyone told me, and I always knew that Scanlan was the dark funhouse mirror of me. But I really like him now that he has gotten out of his, I'll call it his early campaign 1 phase. Now, he still has the occasional dip into the pool. But now that he's out of that, I like Scanlan a lot. I was always surprised Bigby's Hand wasn't a bard spell after coming to D&D through CR. Yeah, it does. I mean, when it's like this signature spell, yeah. But I do think that's a fun thing about Bard. I think Magical Secrets, while I'm glad it's not like a I don't think it should be like their defining ability. I think that Bardic Inspiration in tone and in impact is a better like core feature for bards, even though in the actual process of running it, I think it has its faults. But Magical Secrets is so fun and so cool. I think Magical Secrets is an amazing feature. Honestly, it doesn't even really feel like a bard feature. Like that feels like it should be like the base wizard feature. Honestly. I wish that the wizard spell list was a little bit smaller and that they just had Magical Secrets where they could pluck things off of other spell lists. I think that would be a much cooler feature on a wizard. I think it's a little bit more evocative, but the feature in and of itself is super fun. His creepy uncle phase, yeah. Having only seen you get through the first 3 episodes... Yeah, dude, it takes a while. I do not love Scanlan. And maybe the real thing is I like Sam Riegel and his creativity in play a lot. But Scanlan can be early Scanlan. Oh, that was a tough one. But I've gotten there. I've come around. I think Kaylee was a massive turning point for me. My opinion of Scanlan pre and post Kaylee is wildly different. Yeah, wait for the I miss Tibbs moment. You'll have to be waiting for that one. 2024 Magical Secrets making bards even more overpowered. Ooh, boy. I like this. I like getting little tidbits from 2024 that I don't even really know what they mean, but I'm still going to avoid it, but it is funny to hear like the little like things that people can't help but say. It's funny. I want to eat on a drive. I miss stream. No. You'll see the VOD. You'll see the VOD. It's I'm so excited. I do want to make the stream times. I want to get them back to being consistent. I don't know a timeline on that. Like right now, IRL factors, setup factors, there's a lot of things making it to where a consistent time is not super in the cards right now, but I do eventually want to get back to it so that people can plan their days around it. And at the very least, trying to schedule times earlier than like I did today. So that hopefully people can, plan things out a little bit better. But anyways.
I'm outside the dragon.
We're now outside the dragon.
Shit.
Holding on to Bigby's hand.
Is he flying? Does he stay still? What does he
Yes,
do?
He is flying.
Oh, thank God he flies.
He can fly?
Sure.
Oh, Bigby's hand?
Oh, not as fast as the dragon, right?
Bigby's hand can move up to 60 feet, so no, it's slower than the dragon.
So he's starting to
drag a little bit behind as it's moving.
God. Okay. Hand can't do anything else, right?
No, that was its action. That's most of your turn, really, at this point. That was your movement to push through after the bonus attack. So you have your action. I'll give you your action. This just...
But you're not gonna let me cast another spell, probably.
You have an action, so you could, technically. You look out, and as you punch through, you look down below you suddenly after you take a moment to look in, and you can see part of Vax emerging from the side of the dragon, and then the whole dragon and Vax just vanish.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Wait, I see Grog?
You do see Grog dangling from the chain.
Oh, my
slowly
God.
pulling his way out towards the back.
I'm holding onto the hand?
Go now. Right there with Bigby's hand.
Oh my God.
The hand can't do anything else.
Not this turn, no.
I just got out of the dragon. I can't. I don't know what's going on. I didn't even know we were flying. So I'm just gonna shoot lightning bolts at him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Doing advantage on dexterity saving throw. All right. What's the DC of it? DC of the lightning bolt.
Also, the map making Vax. Matt making Vax, who is still at least partially inside of the dragon, disappear with invisibility, is another really good example of the devil deal mindset that I was talking about. And that's maybe something to note is, even though I presented it as a critique during the takeaway segment, I don't think that Matt is using one exclusively over the other, or that they don't have their times and places. I think that's a really good example of the devil deal of Vax got exactly what he wanted, both in them getting in there originally, but also in him being partially out. That's exactly what he said he wanted. But because he's still partially in, I think it totally tracks that something inside of the dragon would turn invisible too. You don't see partially digested food floating around when a creature turns itself invisible. So yeah, anything within the dragon would get turned invisible. Also makes total sense why Grog isn't, because he's still climbing up the chain. He hasn't actually embedded himself within the dragon. So I think that Matt, in this case, is running that very naturally and exactly in the type of you fuck around, you find out sort of mindset. But not in a way that's needlessly punishing the players. Just you didn't consider every aspect of this because you can't. So let's play with the aspects that you maybe didn't anticipate. Surely Grog is being Warner carried. Sputnik? I think that's a fine interpretation. I think if you said that to me at the table as the DM, I'd be like, fucking fair enough. That's really funny. My soul explanation works here again. Yeah, absolutely, Seth Ashel. Yeah. If you can easily extend that, not metaphor, but you can easily extend that framework towards why Vax is disappearing here. So yeah, this is exactly the sort of thing that I'm going after when I'm thinking about, okay, I've rule of cooled. Now that they're in this situation, what are some things I can play with that they might not be anticipating because this is such a weird, unlikely scenario. The whole table is being carried. Nice.
It's my spell. It's not through the hand cone, I assume.
Nope.
So
You are
18.
clutching both hands onto the
18.
side. 18. Okay, makes the save. So roll damage and it takes half damage.
86. So.
We're almost at the 3-hour mark. We're about 5 minutes away. So once we hit 3 hours and there's a natural stopping point, I'll take a quick break. Gotta take the dogs out, get water, all that good jazz.
28. 26.
26. All right, so it takes 13 points of lightning damage. The bolt streaks upward, hitting the side of the wound that you just came out of, and arcs up the side of the body. Most of it is absorbed from the actual hefty scale height of the black dragon, but it does roil with pain, and you hear it yelling, and there's just a very slight shifting of light. You notice the dragon is still there, and you recognize this is an invisibility spell. So,
okay.
That ends your turn?
I guess so.
All right, so the rest of you guys trying to keep up. The dragon's far out of range of anything you have, and it just seems to be coasting as fast as it can out of the way, so you have nothing I don't think that can really go past a 300, 400 foot range. I don't think so. So you're just keeping on that eagle, holding on. You as well, you're behind the others and just slowly falling behind.
How fast can my broom go?
I think it's 50 feet. I think so. I can look it up again real fast, but it's not a racing broom.
I don't have a card.
broom.
Is that a
Nimbus
bridge?
2000.
I'll use
It's like a
your-
boat.
Or the Fiat. I'll find it for you. I will
And
look
my
it up
boots
right
and case
now.
don't do shit to a broom.
I will look it up right now, just to let you know, so we can all relax. I got that.
Oh my god, Rim, let me know.
I'm flying. Flying, 50 feet.
Okay.
So yeah, you can't even see it now, and even the rocks became this little speck in the distance. All right, so as that's going on, are you doing anything?
I'm gonna keep my eyes peeled on what I can see and try and keep up as best I can at that tree line, like below.
All right, so I'm at the top of the round.
Focusing.
The dragon number's still now. Even you are being dragged behind nothing. You can just hear the wings beating. You still have full sight of the dragon at this point. The voice growls once again out of his throat.
Fine. Let's see how well you hold on, insects.
And it begins to spin into a barrel roll. I need both of you, as also its muscles tense, to roll strength saving throws. 6.
26.
26. You get swung around, the chain taking the brunt of all the weight across its back.
Oh,
It comes free. Thankfully, you're an up arc, but you're now arcing in the air. You also get ejected from the wound, from the muscles tensing behind it. It almost squeezes you out. And before you can even get a grapple on, the dragon vanishes from sight, and you're now falling back.
Ooh, really stealth nice thing there of is I like him having Grog be flung upwards because he's probably the one that is the most safe if they fall and kind of has the least that they can do. So him going into an upward arc gives him a little bit more time to think about about what he's going to do. It gives Matt a chance to basically give him a breather opportunity, like a breather turn to think about if there's anything he can do. Whereas Vax, who theoretically has more options, it looks like is falling straight down. I mean, I don't even know if it was that purposeful, but generally, the more martial types, which I would say that Rogue and Barbarian are both martials, but Rogue definitely has typically more options with things that they can do or things that they can employ. So I like giving the more martial one, the Barbarian, a little bit more time to think, and giving the one with more options, the Rogue, less time to think. Gives a nice asymmetry so that we can take more of this current turn to deal with him, and then we can take the next turn to deal with him. It's really nice for Scanlan. If Scanlan's going to try to save one of them, if they both just fall, he now has to make a choice, which choices are good, obviously. But I think that I like this a little bit more of saving both of your friends becomes a challenge, not a choice. I think choices are good when your friends' lives aren't on the line. Whereas I think that one of them dying should be behind a challenge, again, rather than a choice. So giving this asymmetry to their fall makes it a challenge for Scanlan. He's got to figure out how to save both of them, but he also has a turn to think, as well as Grog. But he has to do something quick because there's no turn in the air for him. Or maybe there's, one less in the turn or in the air for him. So, yeah. It's only 20d6 damage. Well, that's what I'm saying, is that he's probably fine. Barbarian, if he rages right before he hits, he's probably fine. So, putting him in more immediate danger, I also think is better. Putting the one that can survive it in more immediate danger, it almost feels too generous at that point. It's this very odd balancing act, but everything that Matt did with it, I like for this particular scenario.
I'd like to take a chance to say here that when I went into this dragon, I was lost and a wanderer, and as I am shot out its side, I come forth the paladin of the Raven Queen. I have multi-class leveled up, and the last thing I'm thinking as I shoot out this hole in its side is if you have any wings to lend me, now is the time.
Okay. As you emerge from the body of Umbrasyl, there is a streak of shadow that scatters into a burst of darkened raven feathers that kind of fill the air around you. You still plummet, but as a nature of your prayer and that brief moment of understanding, it appears there is some reaction. That'll be that element there.
Where am I in my minute?
Oh, you're like 20 seconds in.
Oh, shit.
I think
30.
Speaking of devil deals. Oh, there are going to be strings attached. I am down with it. I'm so here for it. Dude, I'll give him fucking wings. Oh, a one-time wing purchase for you to now owe my deity? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, you can have your wings. Here you go. Oh, I love it.
nice.
Are they all falling? Okay.
You guys now watch as suddenly
I mean, not actually wings. I would probably give him the effects of feather falling, but same.
Grog and Vax just out of Vax appears out of nowhere and is falling. Scanlan's being held aloft by Disintegrate's hand, and Grog is arcing in the air. So at that point now, Grog, Vax, what are you guys doing as you're falling backward?
Yeah. I take out a case of fancy wine and I am going to pull out actually a fancy robe, of which there are two, and pull it out. I'm going to drop the blood axe, and I'm going to grab both ends of the fancy robe and just make the shittiest parachute of all time. Very much else to do.
Shitty G.I. Joes?
Yeah, no, and it's like 25-cent quality, quarter machine, like above you, Grog, as you just squeeze your eyes and hold on, plummeting down towards the Briarwood, Brentwood. Vax.
Hey, I'm a brand new paladin. Lay on hands, which is going to do fuck all for me, but is that a bonus action?
I believe it's an action.
An action?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to cast Lay on Hands on myself.
Yes.
And I'm going to throw a dagger, my poison dagger, at the dragon as I fall. I'm going to use, no, I'm not. That's a 23.
23 does it?
Yeah. That is 10 points of damage with poison on it. It's a DC of 15 for poison. Sure, it makes it.
Yeah, it makes it. I'm going to have to roll one to not make it, unfortunately.
Did I add one bonus thing at the end of mine?
Sure.
Can I see Scanlan and Bigby's hand at all, or is the world just a cluster?
No, make a perception check.
Okay.
Just kind of glancing around you to gather you.
Full.
Or no, you see earth beneath you, sky above, mountain to your left, and the inevitable plummet coming at you. So.
Did I, Daniel? Though I think you said cleric. Oh, I might have. I don't even remember that. It was probably a while ago with our 54 shenanigans and the internet hiatus. But yeah, man, I mean, this sort of situation is like, to me, one of the ideal reasons to multiclass. And as far as I'm aware, there are no like crazy synergies between Paladin and Rogue. So I love that. I mean, I'm, and not to say that you can't play for synergies or that you can't play to be powerful. But this is my kind of multiclassing. It's actually really similar to what happened to one of my players at my table that was a fighter and ended up taking a devil deal. And in part of the devil deal, he got like very much like a, you know, you get this, you give this. It was very explicit terms. But then afterwards, I had the same devil reappear to him and basically offer him the warlock level. So this is absolutely the type of multi-classing that I'm into. Is an amazing multi-class. It synergizes amazingly powerfully well. Really? One of the most busted multi-classes? Assassin Rogue getting auto crits if attacking first plus smite. I guess the yeah, I guess it's assassin specifically because I'm just thinking about like base rogue and base paladin. Yeah, and divine smite plus sneak attack is a lot of damage, but it's not like when I say synergize, I'm speaking towards something that would be more than the sum of its parts. Because, like, sneak attack and smite are just, they just do the thing that they do, but together, which is fine. But, like, they just do the things that they do at the same time, which I wouldn't really consider a synergy. It's just the two classes. Whereas, like, it's a bad example because it's an exploit, but I would consider like Coffee Lock a synergy. You know, that's more what I'm going after when I'm talking about that sort of thing. But I mean, yeah, the super nuke, like that's fair enough. But the assassin is actually I think that's a really good example of what I mean when I say synergy. Because I wasn't thinking about that. The fact that you can get an auto crit where you can then choose to apply your smite to that auto crit, that's what I would consider a synergy. That makes the paladin smite more consistently, or consistently better than it would be on just like a baseline paladin. So yeah, assassin paladin, definitely that's fair. But yeah, them together, if it's not assassin, I don't know that I really see it. Sneak attack is really useful in general. Sneak attack is just a good feat. That's true. But anyways,
I'm thinking about my mother as I fall backward through space.
Okay.
Distance between me and them.
Vax is about 20 feet from you. Grog's about 60, 70 feet from you.
What's the range of shit? What's your range?
50 feet.
Remember, we're going to go in the same direction. So
They're falling. Yeah, Vax will hit the ground first.
Actually, I see.
I guys moved ahead to this point now, so you guys have fallen.
Wait, who is anyone higher than me? No.
I am.
Grog is. Vax is a little bit below you.
And he's not flying or anything, is he?
No, they're
He'll
both.
be
He's
flying.
trying. He's holding a scrap piece of fabric. It's just.
I see Percy make sure I can do it too.
You're doing very well.
and this is even like that little discussion that they just had right there about like who's higher, who's lower. It's sort of like when I talk about like forks or forks in a dungeon where like you come up and you have to make a choice of, you know, left or right, up or down, that there should be some distinguishment between the two choices. If they were both following, why do my posts not show up sometimes? I'm not sure. I don't see any in live chat that I missed. I see Coffee Lock and this one. Yeah. Do you mean on the actual YouTube chat or in the on-screen chat? Because If it's the on-screen chat, I'm not seeing anything. It might be YouTube auto-modding. I've tried to set it as low as I can, but sometimes things just get caught, and I don't know why. It doesn't like links. Yeah, certain words will trip it out. I've set it to the lowest I can without removing like the slurs filter. So I've tried to set it low. That might do it. Didn't someone else say? I think didn't that one get through? Wait. Now let me see. I think that one did at least one of the times you said it got through. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, even if it's just regular swear words sometimes. I know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. I'll say this basically. If your comment or if your chat doesn't show up in the live chat, it is not because of me. So, yeah, try bleeping a word, try censoring a word, see if you can get it through. I will tell you if I delete something, which I have done in the past. I've removed chat messages and I say it out loud why. So if you don't see one, you will either know or it is because of YouTube. But anyways, but yeah, so this sort of thing with Scanlan and them being at different heights is kind of like the forks in the road, where I think it's really helpful to give the player that's making the decision, or in the case of the forking, potentially the entire party, something to latch on to when it comes to decision making. Some difference. Obviously, this is a bit more towards that naturally, because there is a difference. One of them is Vax and one of them is Grog. So that's just kind of an inherent difference between the two paths. But I think that making some additional distinction, because on one hand, they're Vax and Grog, but on the other hand, they're both party members. You know, they're both equally important party members. So I think giving the choice an additional layer of distinguishment of just one of them will hit the ground first, one of them will hit the ground second, unless they take other actions to mitigate it, is a good way to provide the player, in this case Scanlan, or Sam, a decision-making like focal point to grab onto when trying to make the decision of, I almost guarantee he's going to go after helping Vax unless there's some unique reason that he could help Grog more easily. Apparently there's a new streaming service under construction who apparently using clip embeds to analyze intention by messages to improve auto-modding. Interesting. I mean, I'm always interested in potentially new streaming services. I don't have like a dead allegiance to YouTube and Twitch. I'll multi-stream, or I'll simulcast on others, but the other big ones right now, really the only other big one that I can really think of is Kick, and not touching that for a variety of reasons. And then I guess Facebook gaming, but also don't feel a huge desire or need to go there. So yeah, if there was another one, I would at least take a look at it, because there are positives and negatives to a lot of them. But yeah, the ones that I don't stream on right now have more negatives than positives.
Well, you did very well. Wow, this didn't go well.
And you can hold on for a minute.
Okay. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna drop Big B's. Because 60 feet is not plummeting speed. I can't catch up to them as they fall.
Right now you can catch up to one of them.
All right, because Grog is over me, right?
Yeah, Grog is in an arc, so you would have to you kind of meet him.
I'll try to catch him then.
Okay, so you clutch onto Big B's hand and move as he plummets.
Shit, wait.
What are you doing? What are you doing, Scanlan?
Shit.
Vax is below me, though.
Yeah.
There's other
One of
options.
them, so it's just a Sophie's choice.
It's a Sophie's choice.
Yeah, but who's on the lowest hit points?
Yeah, I would go for Grog if he's above me. With the hand. Yeah.
Sophie's.
The hand comes forward, sends out to this cupping motion, the fingers below you, eyes closed, clenching.
I was wrong. I was wrong about which one he went for. Maybe there's another factor. You know, Marisha said who's on the lowest hit points, which, depending on how you narrate hit points, might be ostensible. I joined at such a moment. How does he smell? The objective decision is to save Vax because Grog can survive. Yeah. It's, I do think, like, in terms of game mechanics, yeah. But there's, like, an in-fiction level of, like, would he know that Grog can survive? There's a lot of in-fiction reasons to potentially do Vax. Or to potentially not do Vax. It also could depend on if he saw the puff of feathers. I don't know. There's a lot of reasons that he could have. What up, G-Hercum? How you doing? But Sam Lovedar Bean could easily make a suboptimal decision on purpose. Yeah, absolutely.
Tight. All of a sudden, the wind stops, and it's like you're being held by your mother again, a memory you haven't recalled since you were a child. You open your eyes slowly, and you're still above the ground. Holy shit, but there's a giant purple hand around you, and a very freaked out Scanlan clutching the outside.
Look what you did.
Hi, friend. Shit. Well, we gotta go to Vax. I'll just start moving us slowly down, I guess.
All right, well, that was the turn to even get to him and catch him, so.
Great. Then, fuck.
You still have an action if you have anything.
I can't see the dragon anymore, right?
No, you have a vague idea of where it might be.
Do you still have polymorph?
Yeah, concentration. Fuck. Yep. I mean, I can make Grog deaf so he won't hear us die.
That's useful. That seems like a really good use of it.
I've got Grog. Fa. Okay. I'm gonna drop Bigby's hand.
Oh, because he asked for them from the Raven Queen, Ross. Probably won't actually get wings, but I think that the Raven Queen will save him from dying. My prediction is that unless someone saves him, which someone could easily save Vax in the intervening time, but if Vax hits the ground, he will probably naturally take enough damage to overkill him, but the Raven Queen will make him just go down instead of getting overkilled. That's my theory. What's the hand speed? Less.
And polymorph Grog into an eagle.
Okay. So, as you look over at Scanlan, that big look of relief and thank you, he gives you a cursory look as the hand finishes.
What?
Hold on to him.
Grabs you real fast, and suddenly, you have feathers! What the shit? And strangely, still have a beard.
Giant eagle.
Becomes smarter. As giant eagles have intelligence of 8.
Great, come up with a plan. It's a new day, baby.
It's all his brain is just geometry.
Exactly, man.
It's a beautiful mind moment in the middle of the sky. And suddenly you understand the instinct hits you, and you have wings. You feel Scanlan's tiny hands grasping the back of your neck.
And I just yell at him, dive, motherfucker, dive!
Already, you guys start seeing this happen in the distance. A little sparkle of hope hits you, whatever it may be. Coming back around to the top, Umber's taking a double dash motion. Yeah, fast. Grog, it's your turn.
Can I see that flurry of black feathers streaking down into this guy?
It is perpetual flurry. They're coming out of nowhere. It is just this long visual line of black feathers that are being tossed from beneath Vax's flapping.
We're going full point break, terminal velocity, straight down.
I hope I can hold on. There's nothing to grab onto, is there?
Just heavy feathers and digging in.
Lucky, I have a grappling hook.
Maybe in my dive position I could squeeze your legs with my wings.
You're really smart. You would think to do that.
I would.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah.
I would also think, what idiot was just flying behind the back of this dragon on a chain?
So as you go into a full dive, that's ATP at 160 feet.
Okay.
You manage to just press underneath the plummeting Vax, the trail of feathers, followed by a black feathers, trailed by a long line of brown feathers being plucked out from a Scanlan, feverishly trying to grab onto your back for some sort of purchase. Pain. You deal with pain all the time. It doesn't absolve your focus. Vax, I need you to go ahead and attempt to grab onto the eagle as it swoops beneath you. Go ahead and make a single strength saving.
That one.
Oh, Jesus.
No, wait, luck. I have one last luck.
This is the time to use it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! 21.
As the eagle swoops underneath you, you reach out. You don't even see it. You're just looking up into the sky as you plummet. The trail of feathers going past as you concentrate on the acceptance you've made to the Raven Queen and the understanding that perhaps if there is a chance to survive, let it be through this leap of faith you've taken in the direction of an entity that you've been so fearful of and scoffed at since she came to you in your dreams. A moment you see the feathers begin to trail off and subside from beneath your cloak, and a voice whispers in your ear and says, without thinking, your hand reaches out, without even seeing, and you just grab the edge of Scanlan's cloak.
Oh no!
As you're dragged behind, you breathe. As the eagle swoops up, you can feel the heartbeat, the blood flowing in the back of your head, and your ears are just hot. As you just slowly reach over and grab the back of the eagle. Is this Keyleth? You don't know. All you know is Scanlan swooped in, and in this moment of need, seemingly, a prayer was answered. So, what are you guys doing?
And you're itty bitty still.
I prefer raven size.
Oh, that's right. He's still.
Yeah, he's tiny. That's the only reason I'm not having him tear you off the back of the eagle. Because of his size.
Unless I hear otherwise, I'm making a controlled descent towards the ground.
Okay, you guys see this in the distance as now the eagle captures the falling Vax and then begins to head down towards the base of the mountain where the actual Bramblewood meets.
I guess we head down.
Yeah. Make the eagle follow.
Okay. You guys make your way downward towards the bottom. Keyleth, you finish your concentration on the stone. Suddenly, you step through what seems like being pushed through a tunnel of blue light and energy. And for a moment, all you see before you is Vax's face, his tiny little raven-sized face.
It's cute. Yeah.
As you guys watch, Keyleth apparate right in front of Vax.
Oh, no.
Speeding past you, as she's now plummeting from the air, having summoned to your side.
Technically an earth elemental
Bamped
still.
into air.
She bamps next to him, and then.
Oh,
she's
she's not falling. Wait, she is.
So yeah, so you see Keyleth as a giant boulder that appears at the side. You have to dodge out of the way, woof, as this giant rock being out of the corner of your eye just appears before you. However, she just sinks straight past you. From at the same, you're flying as low as you can. You're going terminal velocity, and there is this this rock entity plummeting at the same rate. So.
You know, it's a good idea. He was still in the dragon.
Yeah, I know. Well, it was. So at about 200 feet up, you continue to plummet.
200 feet?
Yeah.
That's all right. That's all right.
All right. You not doing anything else?
Huh?
Take a fall.
Well. What's below me?
The very edge of the Bramblewood and the base of the mountain. You're not quite sure where you'll land. You just see treetops and rocks.
All bad things.
Yeah, but
But what happens? What's the worst that's gonna happen?
I would just hit 0 hit points in the earth elemental and
Unless
go
you
back
go
to Keyleth.
way
And then every
below.
rest of the damage will carry over.
Right, but
So you're
200
guessing.
feet
You're guessing.
is an eagle. That's survivable.
20d6.
20d6.
You'll be fine. What's that?
Up to you. You want to take
60
it?
points.
It's 60,
Yeah,
it's 60
it's roughly 60 points, which I've got 67 left as this earth elemental.
All right, so you're gonna take it.
Plus hers.
So as you
I'm
land,
gonna,
this
hang on, wait.
This looks so good.
Wait. If I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do it right.
All right, we
I'm
do.
gonna ball up like a cannonball and light up my hands that I keep forgetting because I didn't know I could do them in elemental form, by the way.
you
That was
can.
only beast form. And I'm gonna light myself on fire and go meteor.
All right, you guys watch as the Earth Elemental curls up, forms this streak of flame and smoke behind, and now a plummeting Keyleth meteor goes slamming to the base of the mountain just past you as you pull up from actually impacting terminal velocity.
I know it's trying to leave an impression.
You did.
Dude, I'll say. Oh, that's exactly the sort of thing that I had a system that I've used off and on in campaigns, never as consistently as I should, because all of my players always love it every time I do it, but it's kind of hard to keep up with. It's a little bit of manual labor. It's a skill issue. It's a personal motivation issue. But I've talked about my rumor system before of I will create rumors and I will have them spread throughout the populace, and then if the adventurers interact with the rumors with an NPC, it has the chance of mutating. This meteor, people watching from the distant town of Westrun, whether it's through a spyglass, the naked eye, whatever, and seeing Vox Machina battle the beast, and then the beast, only over the course of probably 12 seconds, the beast turns invisible, goes away, and then they see Vox Machina plummet. One of them lights on fire and streaks to the earth like a meteor. And then they're probably all going to see Vox Machina again after a long rest completely unharmed. That is getting enshrined in legend. The Keyleth meteor is absolutely getting enshrined in legend, potentially even becoming the namesake of the festival that Westrun throws to celebrate this day into future years. Oh, yeah, that is absolutely going in the rumor mill. The legend of Vox Machina, you might say, yeah. Yeah. You might, yeah. The days the gods were in Westrun, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Voice of the people, or voice of the machine. Yeah. Not Vox Machina today, Vox Populi. Hoorah.
You suffer 76 points of bludgeoning damage.
Of Jor-El damage.
Poof, this giant crater is left around your form, as now there's this somewhat smoke-swirled Keyleth just sprawled.
Even depending, and this is where I talk about like, the rumors like evolving and potentially mutating, if they encourage the rumor, like if they lean into like kind of the mythical and like potentially quasi-religious tones within the legend, this site's becoming a holy site. People are taking pilgrimages to the crater of the heart of Umbrasyl, the flaming heart that Vax'Ildon, paladin of the Raven Queen, carved out of the beast himself. And then it struck the ground, flaming as its evil essence was burned away by the holy heroes. I mean, it writes itself. You could make a religion out of this. Yeah. Oh my god, this entire sequence, it's just perfect.
I drop, and I stand up Keyleth in the middle of a giant crater.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
The rest of you all eventually catch up. The eagle-backed carriers, you on broomback, finding your party bruised, hurt, and but ultimately survived this moment of the encounter. As you've all had this moment to yourself, Vex, you hear a noise to your left coming from the exterior of the Bramblewood.
Can I see what it is?
You glance off to the side and you can see emerging slowly from the forest what appears to be a single humanoid. Standing before you.
Is he single?
You see, slowly coming forward, a woman, an older Goliath woman, missing one eye and missing her forearm, her left arm, right at the elbow. The right arm clutches a very tall quarterstaff that is being used as a walking stick. As she wanders up, you can see dirt smeared on her face, darker dreadlocks pulled tight into the back of the head that dangle past the shoulders, tattoos similar to the ones that adorn Grog across the face and shoulders. She slowly walks towards the party. Let's go and bring our guest for the evening out.
Oh.
Where do we go? Where do we do? Where are we going?
Let's go around the way. Let's welcome Chris Perkins.
Chris Perkins, let's go, dude.
Is he coming to this side?
Where?
Right to the edge.
Think up and down.
Hi, Chris.
Oh my gosh!
Do you know how to play this game?
Yeah, that's me.
Man.
As she steps up and emerges from the forest, kind of everyone turns and sees.
Chris Perkins. Do I know Chris Perkins? Chris Perkins. Game designer and editor. Oh, I recognize this avatar. Canadian American game designer known for. Oh, this guy. I remember this. He followed me on Threads. And then I completely abandoned Threads. I forgot about this. That's crazy. That's crazy that they got the lead designer as a guest on their show. It's only been a year. I say only been a year. That's insane. That's so sick. That's so dope. Man, they won't have to teach their guest how to play D&D for the first time. That's cool. It's John D&D. Oh my god. Do you know how to play? That's wild. That's wild. Christopher Perkins. Oh man. If only I did. I interacted with him once on Threads. And if only I could find it within myself to interact with social media. But like YouTube and YouTube comments are as close as I can get. Otherwise, it is just they're just little brain worms. I can't be on Twitter. I will only be thinking about Twitter all day long. No. Not for me. If I want to be an even remotely productive human being, even sometimes I get too into the comments. I have to limit myself. But man, he would be cool to interact with more. I would love to talk to D&D designers. Because, like, obviously I analyze and I've critiqued not just Critical Role, but also 5e in general. And, you know, talked about what I wanted out of one D&D or, you know, 2024 Player's Handbook. I would just find it fascinating because I am so confident that Chris Perkins knows more about game design than I do. I feel very confident about that. that I know less about game design. But sometimes they make decisions that I'm like, I don't get it. But then sometimes they make decisions where I'm like, oh, you are making that decision because of feedback. It's like when I see Matt do something, I'm like, oh, that was for Twitter. That was not for the table. That was not, I guess it was technically for the audience, but like he did that because people were yelling at him. I would, and I probably wouldn't even be able to do it in like a content piece, but I would love to pick his brain about certain decisions where I'm like, did you do that because of feedback? Did you do that because you thought it was the best decision? Did you do it because you got negative feedback on alternative decisions? Oh my God, I could do it all. I could talk to him all day. Dream blunt rotation. Him, Chris Perkins, which is so funny that I couldn't even remember his name before this. But I mean, lead designer of 5e, Chris Perkins. I don't know who the head designer is at Paizo, but them. And fucking Jeff Probst. I would talk if Jeff Probst would let me, I would shrink him down to 3 inches. I would put him in a golden gilded cage, and I would talk to him at all hours of the day to pick his brain about Survivor and about his experience and his skills. Oh. But yeah, oh my gosh. Chris basically works on the DMG. Yeah. People yelling at him sums up my thoughts about why C3 is how it is. And that's, again, if we're talking about, you know, talking to someone, it's like, I would love to talk to Matt off stream, because I'm sure he could not be fully honest on stream or in like a full content piece. I would love to talk to Matt about times where he made decisions that he knew were wrong, like from a like best game point of view, that he did purely for like armchair critics. It would be fascinating. Oh my God, I can't even. Yeah. I'm surprised when you were looking at early playtests that you looked at documents rather than reviewing the YouTube discussions Jeremy and Chris had. I watched the discussions. I don't think it was Jeremy and Chris, was it? At least not in the early playtest. It was someone else. It was, let's see, Dungeons and the Dragons. D&D Wizards. It was some other person. How many months? Oh, wait, no, that's way too long ago. There's Chris Perkins. Where are the videos I'm thinking of? Did they make a separate channel for 1D&D? Or did they change all of these thumbnails? Yeah, who's this guy? It's this guy is always the interviewer. And then I've seen conversations with him and him. I don't remember the guy on the right's name. Chris Perkins and Jeremy Crawford talk with Todd Kenrick. Okay, so Todd Kenrick is the interviewer. I've only seen interviews with Todd Kenrick and Jeremy Crawford. And I know Crawford's the one that does all of the Sage advice. So I did watch those, but if we want to be really real about it, the reason that I didn't make those content is because I actually thought it would potentially become too negative and contentious in the comments. It's unavoidable with Critical Role of like we talk about the actors and like they're producing a show that is like their primary thing, so I feel like they are opening themselves up to being talked about to a degree, but I still try to avoid talking too much personal stuff about them. But two people whose jobs are design, they're not necessarily like they're implicitly signing up to be public figures by having prominent positions, but that is not their like main thing. That's not their main position. And so I didn't want to open up discussions about the content into becoming potentially negative conversations about like Jeremy and Todd. And even in watching them, I didn't think that there was too much more I would say that wasn't represented within the documents themselves. So that's the basic reasoning. Yeah, which might change in the future, but that's kind of my mindset right now. Yeah. I think Jeremy Crawford is the current head. Chris Perkins got a shot at 4. Oh, lol. Fair enough. Pocket Jeff Probst. Yeah, absolutely. If you watch Chris DM, it's a Pirates of the Caribbean. They're more like guideline style. Interesting. Buffer, no. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I don't have any drop frames on my side. Thank goodness. Oh my god. Just got you got the wrong Daniel. Mega has a Discord channel. Hooray. Jeremy and Todd Kendrick. Yeah. Kenrick. Sometimes Chris was there. Got it. Yeah. Personally, I hoped that the new version, they'd get rid of ability score, ability modifier distinction. Apparently, they were aiming for backwards compatibility. They did say that when they were going through what the 2024, which, by the way, I'm going to call it 5.5. I've decided. I've decided. I'm not going to say 2024. I'm not going to say 5 syllables every time. It's 5.5. 5.5. Come on. Cause that's the weird thing to me about this is like, yeah, if they're wanting to make it backwards compatible, to my understanding, 3.5 was compatible with 3, right? With most of the stuff that came out for 3, even though it made major changes. So it's so odd to me that they don't just call this 5.5, especially it's not like 3.5 has a bad rep. People love 3.5. So I'm like, just call it 5.5. Like, it's not like it's like a dirty taste in people's mouth, like with 4. You know, if they were calling it 5.4, I would understand. Don't call it that. But 5.5, yeah, I don't know. I think most everyone will, unless we end up setting on 5.57, yeah. 3.5 was compatible. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's at 5.5. I think they did well with that constraint, but I think backwards compatibility was a needless and IMO bad constraint. I think that's a fair opinion, but I do also think, just from a purely business perspective, I think that Wizards of the Coast as a company is scared about leaving 5. Because while there was, to my understanding, I wasn't like super deep into the 3.5 scene. I barely skimmed the surface. but my understanding is there wasn't nearly the type of community and third-party stuff that there is with 5. And so I don't think that their concern is actually with making 5.5 compatible with 5. I think their real concern is making 5.5 compatible with all of the 5e third-party content. Because I think that there is a large risk, which I will say, personally, I would also really like a 6. I would much more like a 6. Don't worry about backwards compatibility. Make a new version. That is what I would personally want. But I think that they are worried that if they went to a 6, people wouldn't move. People have so much third party, so much homebrew baked into their 5e tables that they would not make the jump to 6, and their sales would do much, 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 much worse than if they do a 5.5 where everyone can still use all their third-party content, but still buy the new books. It's a slightly cynical take, but to me, that rings as probably the most prominent reason. Yeah, compatibility makes sense from business, but it's also short-sighted and IMO a bad decision. Yeah, like I said, I would prefer if they'd taken a bigger jump and just gone to a 6, but that decision probably isn't available to most of the designers. That decision probably lies in Hasbro. Like I said that, Wizards is worried about it. I would hazard a guess that it might be Big Daddy Hasbro that's concerned about it. I could be wrong, but that's my read. If they go to 6, they're gonna have the same issue they had with 4. Potentially also that, yeah. The more supplements third party exists for 5, the more valuable 5 becomes. Yeah. If you look at each time a new edition has dropped, it has been due to something important outside of the game. I do not think that we will get 6 unless there's a change in the company that owns WotC. I agree with that take. I think that is the most likely situation for us to get a 6. Would be, if Hasbro sold off Wizards or something. Or if they dissolved it for some reason and the IP got sold to someone else, a la Fallout, that's a possibility. And I could see us getting a 6 then, but I think I probably agree with you. I think while there's the current corporate structure, we're probably staying within 5. Yeah. If they were doing 5.5, I think they made big mistakes in the playtest too. Yeah, we'll see. I know that I will make lots of content about 5.5 when it hits the presses. We only got I think 2 months until then, so I'll save more of my commentary for then once I'm looking at the whole thing. But yeah, it's weird. It's weird. There's a video out there about the history of why each new edition was made that you should check out. That is definitely... That could be interesting. I mean, I'll search it out in my own free time. I'm thinking if I would make content out of it. I may or may not. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Worry on Vex's face.
Maybe.
Vex pours a
It was
drink.
very frightening.
Halt. Who are you?
My name is Shale.
Shale. What's your business here?
I was following a scouting party up the mountain.
Oh.
But these old bones don't take me as far as fast as they used to.
Do I recognize Shale?
You do, actually. Not very well. Shale has been around longer than you have as part of the herd, but it's mostly considered past her prime as a warrior. Since she lost her arm, was set at the side, and a lot of the herd seems to, not value their elders when they become less powerful in battle. But even still, she carries a bit of spit and vinegar to her. But it's been a while since you've seen her, and to see her surviving out here, both curious and Honorable.
Shale.
Sorry. You're still an eagle. Grog, do you want to say something?
I will brandish my quarterstaff, my rune-covered quarterstaff, and try to hold this big creature.
He's holding his It's visibly freaked out.
Down, bird.
All right. I'll drop.
Ron Quixote, I think you're maybe a skosh behind, but I will say in regards to that conversation earlier, no, there are not typically too many of those comments on the videos or during the rewatch. There's the occasional something here or there, but it is 99% respectful. It's more that I didn't see a huge... Like, I watched some of those on my own time, especially the ones where I was making videos about the documents. And I didn't see a ton that watching the video would have added. And I didn't want to potentially open up people to those sorts of comments, even if they're not happening right now. Like, I know that I will have... At one point, ideally, I would have so many comments on my videos that I especially don't keep up with, like, backlog type comments where, you know, people are watching through the whole catalog of videos. It's already starting to get to that point. So I didn't want to open up a situation where I'm maybe not monitoring my comments as heavily. And Wizards of the Coast employees are controversial figures sometimes. Like, I've seen a lot of negativity about Crawford in certain pockets of the internet, and I did not want to potentially open up a spot for that when I didn't see a huge benefit to opening up the spot in the first place, essentially. Everything seems quite different ones. Yeah. Anyways. Hey, boop.
I'll drop the form.
But no, everyone that's here right now is awesome. Like I said, 99% is all like really good, really constructive comments and chats. So I love the way it is right now.
Oh, thank you, God. Shale.
Grog?
What?
Is that you?
Yeah, it's me. Right, I know you can't
You're
tell.
kind of a blur.
Oh.
What's on your face?
Oh, it's a beard.
Oh, you've gotten big.
Yeah, lots of lifting, lots of running, bit and
Last time I
stuff.
saw you were the ramp of the goat ball team.
Oh.
You were SpongeBob?
No, like when I was born, Jimmy. It's when I was born. Yeah.
Was he rather small?
He was puny.
No, puny compared to, like, you know, mountains and stuff.
Right.
What's goat ball?
Oh, it's a game you play. You stand on pillars of rock and you hurl balls at each other.
Made of goats?
Made of goat skins.
Oh.
Skins, mind you.
Oh.
Wow.
Sounds kind of fun.
And the object of the game is to knock.
I agree, Matthew. I mean, I love my VOD frogs. I'm a VOD frog. I don't really watch a lot of people live, but I want to do more pre-recorded content. But yeah, the interaction on live is just so different from comments. Yeah, I think you're right, Daniel. Or like early CR when I was critical of Scanlan specifically. And like I do think that, you know, people and myself were pretty critical of Orion, but Orion is, you know, its own case. And I still tried to be as respectful as possible. But I really appreciate how kind you in the chat have been. Oh, I'm glad, Edgar. I'm glad. It's tough. I think that like critique and you know, what could be interpreted as negativity of like, hey, this is what they're doing wrong, is incredibly important. Me and Paige were just talking about this yesterday. Of like, I view it as like trimming a tree, you know, trimming a tree so that it can grow nice and healthy. And so I'm really into like analysis and critique spaces, but there are certain there are certain YouTubers that I have followed for periods of time, but sometimes their videos get too, like, unabashedly rude. And it makes it harder to intake their points. So I'm glad that I always want to try and keep it, nice and respectful. So I'm really happy that that's coming off. Sometimes I fail, sometimes we get a little too pessimistic occasionally, or potentially rude. But I really try to reel it back whenever that happens. And I know the community does too. So yeah. I'm that makes me very happy to hear that's how it's coming off, because that is exactly, that's my intention. So I'm glad. And that's also true, Daniel. Is I do really try to keep it in terms of behaviors and actions, because I think that is a lot more easy to be respectful in those cases. Yeah. I'm a fan of commentary and critique content, but unfortunately it attracts a lot of not so nice people. Yeah. I'm waiting to release the Orion annoyance counter. Yeah. Well, honestly, the reason I started the counter was so that I didn't have to take up as much airtime. Now, I failed a lot of the time with that, but I was like, oh man, I don't want to spend so much time talking about how this behavior's annoying me and how Orion's annoying me, so I'm just going to put a number so that I don't have to talk about it as much. But it didn't always work out that way. I'm going to release the horrible inside of me, but I have not disagreed with anything you've said since getting to live. Well, that's funny. I love it. My opinions are always subject to change. That's one of the reasons I like live, is it's harder to talk about opinions that have changed outside of live. Yeah. I think you failed because you still paused to talk and you saved like 5 annoyances before pausing and used the counter to keep track. I know! I agree, Daniel. I also think that the original idea just kind of failed. Yeah. It was yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Is sometimes even my ideal version of it doesn't always come off, but that's what I'm striving. That general stuff is what I'm striving for. But yeah. It was iconic, though. It was iconic, yeah. It was a bit iconic, I agree. But anyways, I'm so happy to be back. I think the only thing that had people riled up on here is designate Ashley Pike as a long-term guest. PC. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, there is a degree of a lot of the people that are in here watching these lives are just naturally, if they're willing to watch this show in this format, they're going to be distinct fans of Critical Role, or they're going to be coming in from a relative lack of exposure like I was. And either way, their tendency isn't probably going to be being a hater, everyone's probably coming in with either a neutral to positive bias with the actual people on the show. Maybe a Matt smell counter. I've thought of some other counters potentially, but yeah. I not only think Critical Role is scripted, but also Megaphone Man's commentary on it. It's all pre-watch. It's all pre-watch. I can't imagine doing this show if I had pre-watched. It would be. That's the thing about Critical Role as well, is like I'm sure that either they have said or they would say something similar. This show would be so much harder to make if I pre-watched. It would be so much more difficult for me to make this show, and I would have to pre-watch. I would have to take all that fucking time. Bro, when I was starting these at 11:30 Mondays and Wednesdays, I was getting out of that bed at like 11:10. I was not there. You would not catch me watching a 4-hour episode to then go and watch it again. That was not happening. It's so crazy. And the idea of them scripting this and then playing it off this well is harder than if they're just good players. It's so crazy. Oh my God, yeah. What would there be for you to tangent about if you'd already watched it? Exactly. It's got to be natural. The show would just be distinctly worse if I pre-watched. Just like straight up worse. I guess I would be able to predict more stuff, but the show would be so much worse. I hate CR so much I search out every little bit of content about it to hate. There definitely are people like that, yeah. Yeah, the whole people who say the scripted thing really don't understand how reliable a scaffolding of this is my character and I want to have a good time with my friends can be. Yeah. And like being a professional actor, like being a paid professional in the acting, directing, and producing space, like those people are very proficient at making things even when there isn't a script. So it's like, I think that may be like the missing link is like some people look at it and they're like, well, I can't do that with my friends and I'm following that scaffolding. And it's like, yeah, you're also not a professionally successful actor. And that does bridge a lot of that gap. Yeah. That only needs to put the tiniest bit of incentives. Yeah, absolutely. The bonus action put it out earlier today. Script discourse in the year 2024. Actually a video recently where Matt and Marisha got interviewed on the topic of the show being scripted, but unfortunately spoilers, so don't watch it. I see. Gotcha. XP level 3 made a couple videos about how amazing the players' critical role are. Yeah, they really want to know how to be someone else as trained voice actors. So being so good at being their characters and playing them so well has always made sense to me. Yeah, absolutely. That's like what I am when I think about the chemical X that is Critical Role and Dimension 20, like those two, and even if we want to extend it out, I think there are, I would say in my head, from my outside experience, not having been super into actual plays before Critical Eyes, the 4 actual plays I had heard of were Critical Role, Dimension 20, Dungeons of Drakenheim. I don't remember the actual name, but Drakenheim, and then Adventure Zone. And all 4 of those feature players that were professional content creators before they were making actual plays. It's like the Adventure Zone dudes ran a professional podcast, a professionally successful podcast before they made Adventure Zone. Drakenheim dungeon dudes were making professional content as, on-screen personalities before they ever did Drakenheim. And like Dimension 20 is using professional skit actors and comedians as the players. Like these people are all professional performers before they get to the actual play. And I think that is the really big chemical X of like why other actual plays maybe didn't work as well. And I'm sure that there are plenty of unpopular actual plays out there that also feature actors. It's possible. But I think that is a non-inconsequential part of like what makes them good is just that they feature professional actors and performers. Yeah. He's been investigating for a bit over a year. What is the Matt Mercer effect? Will he ever get an answer? Check in next time to see Megaphone Man. Also, I think one reason it come out so hard against people calling Ashley Johnson a guest player was because there was a lot of people who used it derogatorily and wanted her replaced. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Yeah, it's I use it in jest, but to describe a real issue of her not being there, and that's not her fault. But it is a production issue. But I definitely don't mean it derogatorily. Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to High Rollers. Ariosis is great. Yeah, and I'm sure that there are an absolute ton of other great actual plays out there. But to a non-actual play fan, those were the four. And I think it is largely because they're composed of performers. So, anyways. Let's get to it. I was going to take a break like an hour ago. But we've also got like 15 minutes until the break. So I feel like we just go forward, you know? I feel like we just do it.
The other opponents off their pillars.
It's more civilized than what we were imagining.
It's a lot of fun, actually.
Shale, what were you doing out here with a scouting party? It seems,
We were spying on the dragon.
Did you...
Damnable beast.
Did you succeed?
No, the scouting team did not fare well.
Are any of them still alive?
No, they're all dead.
How did you survive?
I was slow and stupid. I shouldn't have gone at all. I couldn't keep up with them. By the time I got to them, they were corpses.
Sound like an excellent addition to our team.
She says, I would have killed the dragon as soon as it came upon us when we first arrived in Western. But that damn Kevdak formed an alliance with the beast.
Wait, you think you can kill a dragon?
Wait, what did you just say? Oh.
We knew that.
Yes. As I was saying it,
That is how I wanted to die. Fighting the dragon.
Oh, it's funny. We almost just died fighting the dragon.
Literally.
How ironic.
Just what we were.
Yeah, we
Just
were
doing,
good.
yeah,
We were good hunting on it. Yeah. Well, do you? Well, I mean, not like I'm questioning what can you do because I don't think it's very much.
I'm actually great.
Oh,
I'm just in a smoldering meteor and look like a badass.
Which caught your attention? The large crashing boom and the.
That was it.
Yeah.
I yank on Vex's hand from down below and say, "Pick me up."
Matter,
your shoulder.
Can you not see anything down there? I pop Trinket out and put Vax.
I actually was thinking, I was like, I think we'll be able to do it, but with the potential for pauses. The dog is pawing at me, and I don't think Paige is home, so they have not been out in a few hours. So I think, she's looking at me so cute. I think we're going to take a bathroom break, mostly for the puppies. And then we will be right back. Also, I'm trying to do a better job at holding myself back from like wells of discussion that I don't have a ton to input on. So, don't take my silence as like disagreement or anything, because I think that's a very fair point or opinion from G Hercub of like the players have a ton of impact compared to Matt. But I didn't have a lot else to say on it, and I'm trying to get better at not pausing for every little thing. So feel free to discuss amongst yourselves. Yeah, I just wanted to put it out there. If I don't say anything, don't feel like I disagree. But with that, I will be right back. And yeah, no drop frames. So far, cross your fingers. Be right back. Oh hell yeah, the streamer bot worked. Sick. Okay. Puppies have been taken out. I've gone to the bathroom. Let's do it. Let's do it.
It's on top of him.
We have to decide.
Don't
what
you
to
feel
do.
so tall now?
I'm tall.
How much longer is he gonna be tiny?
How long is the potion?
I rolled a 3, so that's 3 hours.
Yeah, 3 hours.
Sweet.
We have to decide what to do. He's gone back to his hole. He's going to rest. He's going to heal.
I just have such a hard time taking you seriously right now. I'm so sorry.
So you had to have been a part of this party for a reason. What's in your bag of tricks? What can you do
I smash things with my stick.
with your stick? Does like magic come out of your stick?
It is a magical staff.
Oh, well that's good.
Yeah, we could use more of those.
Is it a magical staff of dragon killing?
It will be if we get on with it.
All right.
I like her too.
Okay.
So, Shale, did you and your scouting party find out any additional information that might be handy?
Maybe how to get into the
how to
lair
get
without
in?
it knowing.
What she said.
I know nothing of use.
That's wonderful.
Cool.
You never made it up to the cave entrance, did you?
I made it up to the dead ones. That's as far as I got.
How far were the dead ones?
A ways.
All right.
Well, I hate to tell you this, but Kevdak is gone. And your whole...
No great loss.
Your whole herd may have perished fighting the same dragon.
Not all of them.
A lot of them.
But it'll all be worth it if we can remove the head of this shitty black dragon.
I agree.
Well, Zanror's still alive, as is his wife, I think.
Maybe?
We hope.
Possibly.
So how far would you think that we are from his lair?
I'll just crane my neck up the mountain.
Yeah. It's a sizable climb. Gat Shadow, I mean, well, this portion is the south part of the Cliff Keep Mountains, which get higher the further north you go. This mountain is called Gat Shadow because it is dark and ominous and stands out amongst the rest of the mountains. So while the other one's crested about maybe 4,000 feet up, this one's nearly a mile, a little over a mile high.
Well, we can obviously fly.
I mean, there's sparse trees, most of them kind of dead or dried out towards the top, but other than that, the vegetation is pretty sparse.
Well, look, I'm a little jacked up. I think those two are a little jacked up.
I could use a short rest.
It's fair to assume that he will do the same thing, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
Go brush his teeth, have a douche, all that stuff.
Well, we're trying to catch the dragon while he's still
Injured?
debilitated.
I will say it's interesting that Shale doesn't know anything of use. I definitely don't think it's like a requirement that you need your guest player to like come in with extra knowledge, but I think that it's interesting and it also gives a reason for the players to immediately trust and go along with this extra character. Now, she's from the herd, but they have a complicated relationship with the herd. And I also find it interesting that like the herd broadly knows of a secret entrance. So I feel like it would be reasonable and easy enough to give Shale that information and be like, oh yeah, I know how to do this. I can be your guide. Like, that gives like a very distinct and bespoke reason for her to be there. That's fair, Set Theshalom. And that's maybe oh, that was funny, Daniel. That is maybe acting as the guide is not maybe it's not the right way to go. Cuz you're right. The Jason Charles Miller definitely they fucked around too much and he didn't really get to do his thing as that character. So I feel like as a DM, I haven't had a lot of guest players, so I'm kind of thinking through this. I think maybe having the guest player come in with like a core bit of information. Sputnik, I thought that they knew of a way in. And I think they sent scouts to scout that way. But I think that they still know of a way. But regardless, I think giving the guest player a core piece, Jason Charles Miller is the Scar member? No, what's the syndicate in Iman? The underground syndicate that Vax is like a former member of. He was the orc guy that was a member of that syndicate. The Clasp. Thank you, Clasp. But yeah, he was in the Clasp. But yeah, I think it would be good for them to have a key piece of information, like maybe give them the entrance or the path, not necessarily poetically, but like maybe like vaguely, you know, in like like pass the third rock and then take a left and then do this and then do that. Sort of have the guest player deliver those directions and then be like, I can journey with you, you know, as far as I can make it. I'm an old man or old woman, you know? So I don't know, you know, if I can make it the whole way, but I can at least take you part of the way. And then you build in an excuse for them to potentially leave. They can help while they're there, but then they were still useful, and like their character doesn't actually need to be there, like specifically, in order for them to have been relevant. Because yeah, Garthok is a good example of like, he really did not, I don't think, fulfilled the original intention of his character. And if you make the, you know, conceit of the guest player or of the guest character something that the character themselves needs to be there for, then you do run the risk of a Garthok. But yeah, if you build it into where if they're there, it's better or easier, but it still is possible without them being there, yeah, I think maybe we could skirt around a Garthok issue. There is also a degree of directing your players more with a little bit of a stronger hand, and as players knowing we have this guest player, maybe let's focus up a little bit. There's a little bit of table behavior stuff there as well, but you know, we can still design to mitigate player behavior stuff. But interesting.
Right?
The longer we wait, the harder it will be.
What if I just heal everybody and we keep on?
Yeah, that's great.
Like I don't want to lose
Momentum.
damage that's on him.
Yeah, heal us and let's keep going. Quickly.
Well,
How long has it been? A
take-
minute? 2 minutes?
Since you guys landed here, it's probably been about 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, we gotta move.
Can we travel a mile up a mountain quickly?
We have eagles.
Do we know where the entrance is?
I mean, even at your fastest pace, I mean, eagle speed, that's still...
Room and 2 eagles at this point?
Room is slower than the eagles.
Yes.
Eagle speed, you're
of
looking at
room.
about, I'm estimating somewhere between 10 to 20 minutes.
Yes.
If you go
Enough for a
through
short
it.
rest for it.
Shit.
He's not going to go back to full strength, but he's going to go back up a bit.
Right?
Well,
Would we know
I don't
that?
know what he has access to.
You would know, being as dragons are your favorite enemy,
Yes.
and your information on that. Generally, they don't. They themselves can recover over time, and if given, you know, a full day or so, they can largely recover from the wounds they've sustained almost entirely. Especially a dragon as powerful as an ancient. You would know that because they understand and fear their demise, or at least are arrogant enough to think it's not possible, they will have certain reserves to try and help them recover if they ever find themselves in a dire circumstance, occasionally, depending on the intelligence of the dragon and what resources it has at its disposal.
Reserves. What do you mean?
Like healing
Potions
stuff?
and stuff.
Like some
Shit
semblance
ton
of
of
healing
healing
magic, items they may have acquired that could help. The longer you wait, the more it can recover, is essentially what it comes down to.
We need to go now. We need to go.
All right, I'm gonna.
Should we mist form it there? Can we do that?
No, that takes too long to think about.
I can get us there via trees.
But you need to know a tree that's there.
I need to know a tree that's there, and I can scry, look for the closest tree, teleport us there, but then by the time I'm getting there, I'm exhausted.
Are you able to see a tree from a great distance?
By scry.
But not even by eyesight?
I mean, I guess I could look around and take a guess, yeah.
I'm gonna cast Mass Cure Wounds on everybody.
All right, go ahead and do that. And Shale, you feel nice and warm at full health as the cure mass wounds
Is
tickles
your arm
you.
back?
Yes, unfortunately. If only.
The temporary hit points never go back up, right?
Correct, no.
No,
They were just for
that.
that bit of damage.
Lost it in an avalanche, I did.
Oh.
Sounds horrible.
Today?
No turn.
The scrying will take you about 10 minutes or so.
Are we gonna scry it, or are we just gonna go? We're just gonna. How
Well-
long would it take if we just flew up? 20 minutes.
That's if you were all on Eagleback,
Right,
which
we're
you
not all
don't.
on
You have
Speed
8
of the
people, and you currently have 2 summoned eagles.
Right.
Slowest.
Yeah, the speed of the slowest here, you're looking at walking up the mountain.
Yeah, so I can teleport us closer and then walk, or we can take just a very short rest so I can get my V-shaping back and then could fly a few more of us. It's a
you take
gamble.
a rest, love. I'll start up the mountain.
Shale walks away and starts hiking up the rocks at the very base of Cat Shadow.
There are benefits to both.
Can I just say that we agreed that the reason we didn't do what Zanrua wanted and go to the lair is because it's a fucking death trap.
Yes, but the dragon is.
That's the most charming and then I walk away I've ever heard. This is an old lady version of Vax. Just like, I'll get going then. That's so funny. I love it.
Injured now.
But not. He's gonna heal up by the time we get there.
Not all the way.
Pretty
It's
good.
still the best chance we have. We have to kill it now.
Yes, Grog, it's your destiny. It's your destiny to fight the dragon, Grog.
Wait, what? What? What was that,
true?
Shale? Is that true? Hang on.
Not true.
Everybody is healed 27.
Just the thing.
Yeah, just let him believe it.
Everybody's healed 27 points.
May I have my... sorry. May I have my cloak back?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Go.
To attune to it, it'll take you a short
Short
rest.
rest. So are we ready?
Dude. Base instincts. Just gut. Just my little rumbly tumbly. So far, Shale is my favorite guest character. We'll see if Perkins can crest the mountain that is Mary Elizabeth. But I really like Shale. I like Shale more than Mary Elizabeth McGlynn's character, who I can't at the moment even remember the name of. I just keep thinking Moonlight, but that's Mistborn Era too. And I remember... No, I don't remember. I don't remember Zara. Thank you, Zara. I like Shale more than Zara so far. To be fair to Mary Elizabeth and Wilfred L. Wilfred L playing something with a K. Something with a K. It's... I just want to say Kevdak, and that's not it. Cashaw. I really like Wilfred L. and Mary Elizabeth McGlynn as guest players. We will see if Perkins rises to their level. But I already like Shale more than Cashew and Zara. I really like Shale. Shale reminds me a lot of the type of NPCs that my friend makes when she DMs. And her NPCs are, by her own admission, the thing that she spends the vast majority of her time on in her prep, and it fucking shows. They are amazing. And Shale really reminds me of an NPC from one of those campaigns. Perkins is playing an NPC so far rather than a character. Yeah, Shale's really forgettable for me. I'm not sure why. I feel like Cash and I think Zara as much as I love Mary Elizabeth, Zara to me is very forgettable. I think Cash is less forgettable, but more stereotypical, which makes it fade into the background of my mind a little bit more. My favorite guest is far in the future. More to look forward to. I once made a belligerent old person for a PC. It was great roleplay. Hell yeah. Anyways.
Resting?
No.
You guys.
I don't know. I'm
not
still
sure
putting it
if
on.
it's
I killed
Eagle.
26.
What happened to the blood
27,
axe and the
27.
chain?
Actually, you check, and the equipment that you have attuned to you and attached go into the form with you. So at this moment, you realize, oh, the axe. And you look behind you, and it's just been dragging behind you, and it's carving this path and the rocks and rubble.
Yeah, that's NIMBY.
It's like a kid with an inflated balloon. You're just kind of like dragging behind you.
Can I? Well, I can't sense anything about it with Hunter's Mark. I can just know where he is.
You know where it is.
And he's up in his lair.
He is up at the top of Gat Shadow, somewhere in that mountain.
Let's go kill a dragon. Around, or is he chilling?
At the moment, seems chilling.
Let's go.
Short rest or not? What are you guys doing?
Well, how long would the hike up the mountain be? An hour?
No, it's a mile.
It's about a mile up. Around about, you're looking at the better part of the day.
Oh, a mile up.
Yeah.
Unless we fly. Let's
What
fly.
if we take shifts
But we
with the
can't
Eagles?
fly unless I rest.
Take shifts with the Eagles. back
Eagles
and forth.
fly, group up, fly down, pick up another group, and bring
I
them
can-
down.
About an hour.
But that's an hour with a short rest for everybody as well.
Right, we might as well short rest.
Well, if you're going to do it that way, yeah.
Half could rest at the top while
Yeah.
the Eagles fly back, and the
Or
ones
half
at the
could
bottom
rest at
could
the
rest.
bottom.
On the Eagles. So there's a short
Flying,
rest
there's a
shift
short rest
moving
for, but they're both, we get short.
Shifts of resting.
You're still looking at about an hour and a half at that point, with people moving there and back and getting enough rest, because you can't short rest on the trip, and the short rest is about
Well, no, so
about
the
an
people-
hour, half an
Eagles
hour to
drop
an hour.
off.
Yeah, the people
they
who are
rest
waiting.
while the Eagles return.
Yeah.
And the people at the bottom rest while the Eagles are making the trip. No?
Correct, but then you still have to have the Eagles that went to the bottom to pick up the second team to get
Go
there.
back.
Yeah.
I love travel logistics. Woo! Okay, actually, let me clarify my sarcasm. I love watching travel logistics. I actually like these at the table. I think that this can be interesting. I'm gonna preface it. It's a nitpick. It's a nitpick. Do not take this too seriously. But at the start of this logistical discussion, Matt was a little bit like, oh, no, you're looking at it, like, kind of like, oh, how do you not know? And it's like, bro, the world's in your head. You're the one that knows how long travel will take. So they have to ask you. But now he's getting more into it. He's like, oh, shit, we got to talk logistics. Okay. And he's kind of buckling in. But I like this sort of talk at the table. This can be a very interesting puzzle of we've dealt this damage. The longer we take, the more it will heal back up. How many resources do we expend? How quickly can we do it? Is there a clever way that we can transport faster, but maybe it takes more resources, so it's more risky? Like, I think to a degree, this is a bit of a bold statement. But as kind of snoozer as this is to watch, and I think it's mostly a snoozer because Matt I don't think intended for it. I think if he had actually built and anticipated it a little bit more, it wouldn't be such a snoozer. It's also, I mean, if I was watching this and wasn't pausing, it would go much faster. I think that this sort of challenge, the situation that they are in right now, I will claim that this is the archetypical challenge for D&D 5e. I will make that claim. I think that D&D holistically is one of the best systems for this specific type of challenge. The lack of travel rules do put a little bit of complication there, but there are enough travel rules to represent everything you need to represent fully within Raw, with no DM fiat. So I'm putting it out there. I am happy to see this sort of challenge enter into the equation a little bit. So yeah. I like that there is an implicit timer of there's a push to get them up that mountain because they've done a bunch of damage to Umbrasyl. So what's the fastest way that we can get to him where he'll have healed the least, but we'll have healed the most? Like, I think that this sort of value risk resource management is the D&D challenge. Let's see. The timing of travel finally matters. Exactly, Apotheosis. Yeah. Which, if any, guest do you think will make it into the animated show? Not Garthok. Poor Jason Charles Miller. Not the wizard from Iman that was related to or not related like by blood, but like had a connection with the Collector and Zara, I believe. I don't think her. I do think Zara. I think Cash will, and they will play, but they will move some of the plot lines around to make Keyleth, Vax, and Cash a bit more of a distinct love triangle, and Cash will exit the story once Vax fully professes his feelings for Keyleth. I think they'll move some of those plot points around a little bit to massage that. So I think Brother Cash will be there. Who are some others? I mean, the fact that I can't think of others is leading me towards it might just be Cash. And there was Will. Oh, not the candle maker. I don't remember who the candle maker was. Chris Hardwick, I think. I don't think Chris Hardwick will be there, because his did not matter at all to the Pyro story. I don't anticipate Will Wheaton's character being there. Who were the guests in that sequence? It was Will Wheaton and Friedel, and then Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, and who else during the Vasselheim mini arcs? Will Pike be portrayed? Yeah, Pike will actually get the time she goddamn deserves. I think Pike will actually get some fucking screen time in the show. It's gonna be awesome. Yeah. I think Pike will be there. Yeah, Felicia Day. I don't think Felicia Day will be there because I think that Scanlan and Pike's will they won't they is going to be the star or kind of the more prominent romance in that area. And Scanlan and Felicia didn't even really have a romance. It was like this weird kiss, and I know that they are going to hopefully make Scanlan less pervy. I'm assuming. And so beyond that, Felicia Day's character didn't have a ton of impact, so I think she'll get cut for time. So I think it's just going to be Zara and Cash. I think it would just play Zara. It would just be Zara and Cash unless they couldn't get Mary Elizabeth or Will Friedel back to voice. Then they could easily cut Zara and Cash. Zara and Cash don't need to be there, but they're definitely the most prominent guest characters that I think would be there. I was reading Will Wheaton was a guest at all. I know. Without saying who doesn't, it's really fun that most of their guest stars have also been voice actors. So in theory, they could play their guests in the show. That's what I'm saying. I honestly think if they can't get like Will or Mary to play their respective characters, I think they would just cut them to save time. So yeah, that's my guess is Zara and Cash if they can get Mary /Will. I think the other guest scene was Kip Buss with the white tiefling. Yes, that's the wizard I was talking about, related to the collector and Amon. Yes, the white tiefling wizard, Kip Buss. Yeah, I don't think. Well, actually, Kit was a community like artist member, right? So because she was more related to the show, they might end up putting her in there as like a fan homage almost. But I think it's a little unlikely. I think they're going to take out... I actually... If she was in there, they would need to have the collector scene, which they could use to spawn the Vox Machina. Actually, they honestly might need Kit Buss. They might need the white tiefling as a plot point, because the white tiefling is what makes them kill the collectors and the old woman, which then is one of the main impetus points for Vax's crisis of conscience of are we the heroes, and Keyleth's encouragement to Vox Machina to be better. So unless they put those plot points somewhere else, which they probably could, they could do some rewrites to make those points happen and make sense other places. But yeah, and that would actually make a lot of sense. The collector thing, while it did spawn some important moments for Vox Machina, was so disconnected from everything else that I actually feel more confident that they will cut the white tiefling and just remove those points to be spawned from something else, like potentially them breaking into Krieg's house. Yeah, there's a few things that could spawn those sorts of crises. Kit, I don't believe, is a voice actor. Yeah. Do you think Tibbs is in the show? I doubt it. I remember during the autopsy that it was mentioned that Orion kept the IP for Tiberius and like made his own like Draconian Knights podcast. That actually sounded cool, honestly. As a format, it was like a radio broadcast format. That actually sounds sick. But I think that I don't think he would have. I number one don't think he would have released the IP, and I don't think they would have touched it. So I think Tibbs will be excised from the show. Plus, they would have to get Orion to voice him, and that's a whole can of worms. Yeah. Do they want the old lady debacle, though? That's what it comes to. Yeah, I think they don't want the old lady debacle, honestly. I think the old lady debacle is an important point for Vox Machina, actually, weirdly. But it is also random and weird if you look at it from like a storytelling perspective. Like it kind of comes out of nowhere for no reason and is much too, I don't know how else to put it, but random, I think, to be a plotline in like an actually scripted television show. So I think that they will take the results of the old lady debacle and tie them into something that isn't so out of left field. Because it's a really important moment, but it's just kind of odd the way it comes up. They do have to cut approximately 99% of the time to fit into the show. Yeah. I mean, they're going to have to cut so much that they definitely can't include some stuff like that. Mary is the voice director. Oh, she's the voice director? Oh, Zara's gotta be in then. Zara's gotta be in. Kevin 1 is 373. Getting that into an entire TV show is rough. Yeah, honestly. Anyways.
Yeah.
So it's an up down.
We're
Looking at about an hour and a half to 2 hours.
I could also use another spell and summon a couple more eagles.
Sure.
I could summon like 2 more eagles.
That's worth it.
Let's do it.
And that could get how
All of
many
us up.
That could
All
get
of us
Up at the same
Well,
time.
one is just for grog, right?
Right? But 2 more eagles would get all of us up.
Well, you can only have, it's a concentration
It's a
spell. You can
concentration,
only
yeah.
have one of it up at a time.
Oh, never
It
mind.
is.
Yeah, and it only lasts for an hour. And you've already been at this for probably about, say,
they're about to
10,
go
15
away.
minutes. So you have about another 40 minutes of the Eagles.
So we
at
couldn't
your
even
side.
do round trips anyway. They
Oh, we
dissipate.
could. We could.
You just have to recast it.
No, she'd have to well, yeah.
Yeah. That seems like our fastest option. What's the other
Well,
option? Is a short rest
we
and then we
rest and
bam.
then go.
And then time
If
back.
we rest for 30 minutes and then I switch and then we have the Eagles, then we can get up in another 30 minutes and then it's an hour. So theoretically, short resting is our shortest.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
Well, you said you have
this is math.
transport with plants, right?
I do.
Yeah. Because if you wanted to scry up that mountain and look at one of the trees at the top, you could do that. That would be technically the fastest way.
But then we'd still have to hike. How long would the hike be?
It depends on how close the nearest tree to the cavern would be.
Let's do that.
I mean, honestly,
I'm tapping myself. I can do it, but I'm tapping myself
She has
out.
nothing left.
I have not. I'm burning literally all my top level spells, and I have no B shapes left.
What
but
if
I
we
can
use-
do it.
What
It's
if
what
we
we
use
think
the
is
2
most
eagles?
important.
No. What if we use the eagles? Send them up. Once they're used up, they're gone at the top, and then I'll just summon 2 more and send everybody else up. So once the people make it up to the top, that way it takes less time.
Yeah.
So
That does
just a couple
technically
people hop
cut
on the
half
eagles
an
right
hour
now
off
because we only have a little bit of time left.
And can I rest? Can I rest while the first round
always
goes?
bail.
In the worst place we could
Okay.
possibly find.
We've
Let's do
also
that.
dealt so much damage to it.
It's gonna be
Umberstone is
written-
looking pretty rough.
I
I'm
fisted
gonna
through it.
He said looking pretty rough.
He's looking pretty rough. He said pretty rough.
That's because he's a liar and a bringer of death, and he is smiling at you while he does it.
I know.
What are we gonna do today with Chris Perkins? Talk or go fucking kill a dragon?
Would you like a tour of Whitestone? It's really lovely.
Holy shit. Speaking of the players learning their lesson from Garthok, fucking hell yeah, Sam. I agree. That's great. Yeah, thank you, Sam. And look, I was praising the challenge, but this is one of the things I think this is a great kind of challenge for D&D, but it also highlights one of the weaknesses of D&D in when you have this many fucking players. It's hard to plan and engage with those challenges because not only do you have more voices in the room, but you have more options with which to complicate your decision making. So this is, more players can be a great benefit, a great boon, but it can also complicate some of the fundamental building blocks of D&D. This is why I love Sam. Positive metagaming there. Yeah, I fully agree. Great example of positive metagaming to Sam Riegel. Of, let's make a decision. We're debating right now between an hour versus an hour and a half. And, it's probably not going to make that much of a difference. All in all. And so it's let's not debate these fine points while we have a guest player here. Yeah. It's a very, very good example of positive, I would say. The old lady isn't really important without Tibbs. His ruthlessness is different from the rest of Vox Machina. I don't know that I fully agree with that, Matthew. I mean, everyone was really down with it at the time. And the entire old lady death sequence, everyone was very supportive of Tibbs's actions, even if they didn't personally perpetrate it. And that was what Keyleth really hammers them on. She doesn't actually hammer Orion all that much. She goes after the rest of Vox Machina for them being complicit in the actions of Orion. And not only being complicit, but pretty actively encouraging it. So I suppose there wouldn't be the inciting incident to a degree. But they're all down with butchering the sleeping lady. how it actually happens, I think, is a bit of a moot point, given that their morality is down with that. You know? Who else would kill an old woman fleeing combat? Absolutely all of them, except for Keyleth. In that moment, all of them were down with it. It just so happened that it was Orion's turn, and he did the sleeping glaive swing. But I think every single one of them, except for Keyleth, would have killed the old lady. I feel pretty. And then when they talked about it afterwards, they Keyleth kind of gives them the rundown, and then they say, "Hey, you know, okay, we hear you. We'll try to do better next time." They don't even really accept it. They're just like, "Okay, yeah, Keyleth, you're the good one," and then they kind of move the fuck on. So yeah, I don't know. This sort of goes back to a point I think I made in like episode 54, 53. I really don't consider Vox Machina to be a heroic party, like by and large. But from what I've seen, most of their heroics to me so far seem relatively incidental towards other objectives. They're honestly, this Umbrasyl attempt has probably been close to, if not the most heroic thing that they've done so far. But even that, I think, is a little bit debatable. Nipping the Warrior, I would argue this isn't metagaming. He's making decisions based on things his character would know. Yeah, I think I would. Oh yeah. We're going on Perkins. Yeah. See you, Valkyrie. I think the stream's getting close to wrapping up as well. Also Percy. Yeah, Percy would absolutely kill her. Percy shot off the cab driver's fingers for not answering a question. Percy would have absolutely murdered that woman. I sorted at the accept Keyleth, yeah. Doing that in the show, though, adds a piece of characterization that doesn't fit with their larger arcs. Yeah, maybe, and this might be future knowledge, it might not be. I really do think that it would fit with most of their actions and arcs. Like, especially Vax's crisis of consciousness of this comes on the heels of him sending away the kid. And it is these two incidents of the kid ostensibly dying because of what Vax tells him to do, and this old lady murder are the things that makes him go into a tailspin about we're not the actual heroes. We're not, maybe not the good guys. Like, Vax goes into a whole tailspin about that. It's not we're aligned with the bad guys, you know? He's not having a crisis of, man, I can't believe we're with Tiberius. He's having a crisis of, I'm not a hero. Because I don't think he is. Did Kynan die? We don't know that Kynan died. But I think that Vax thinks he did. Because he told Kynan to go out and be a hero, and then the boy left home totally unprepared to be one. So we don't know if Kynan died, but I think that Vax considers it a very substantial possibility. I need to rewatch, but I feel I remember Scanlan at least was trying to non-lethal. Scanlan is the one that put her to sleep. So you could argue that Scanlan was trying to non-lethal. I don't think Vax, but I would have to rewatch as well to get the exact ordering of things. But yeah, that entire fight, I was appalled at Vox Machina broadly. Definitely not just Orion and Tibbs. I would agree with your characterization of Vox Machina. Yeah, and I'm sure that this the Chroma Conclave in general seems like a gateway into more heroic actions through quasi-forcing the issue. Like, the Chroma Conclave has taken over the world. Like, they are this tyrannical force. So it's like, it's kind of this forced heroics of, if they want to get back to normalcy, they have to perpetuate heroics, or heroics need to happen, and they happen to be the most equipped to perpetuate those heroics, likely. But that process could actually go towards fundamentally changing their morality for later arcs, which I'll be interested to see if that happens. They're not heroes. They are perhaps starting to realize what it means to be a hero. Yeah, I could see that. Realizing they don't stack up to be a hero. I think that was kind of the entire interlude in Amon, is Vax getting very sad and upset about Kynan. We're not the heroes. And I'm trying to remember everyone else's like plot points. Grog going deeper into his Craven Edge addiction, or kind of discovering, and it's kind of the start of sentient Craven Edge, is during the Amon interlude. And so that's him going towards, I need to be more powerful. I don't stack up yet. But throughout the arc, he realizes that the way to stack up is to perpetuate heroics, not go towards draw power from his friends, rather than this evil entity. Scanlan has the entire Kaylee segment of him realizing how much his actions have negatively impacted not just those around him, but has spawned someone, literally, that has, grew up without a father because of his lack of heroicism, if you want to phrase it that way. Him not being there and him being kind of a shithead, very much you're not the hero. Really, the ones that don't really get touched on too much are Ashley, for obvious reasons. Laura Vex, but Laura Vex hasn't really gotten any personal arc attention. I'm really curious to see if that comes later. Because some people, they've been trickling them out, so I think it's very possible that Vexes will come later. And then we were sort of wrapping up Percy's, which Percy's entire arc was incredibly non-heroic. It was a revenge arc at its finest, and his friends just barely stop him from going full evil mode. And that's the transition into all of these other personal interludes during the Amon interlude. I guess I might be biased. I feel that most of them would have captured the sleeping enemy. I could be convinced that Grog would, Vex or Percy maybe. I have not seen evidence of Vox Machina taking hostiles prisoner. Let me think. Have they? They had Clarota, but Clarota wasn't really hostile. Yeah, what is a hostile enemy, or an enemy that started hostile that they then talked down and captured? Lady Briarwood, I guess. Lady Briarwood. But then they killed her later. Yeah, Clarota was friend-shamed, yeah. Percy liberated his hometown from monsters. He was 100% the hero, and I'll have no slander of Lord Dorolo. In the stories, he will absolutely be the hero. I agree with that. Everyone around him is going to consider the hero. but he was there for the names on the list. Let's not get it twisted. At least that's how I see it. He, like, when they're going into the town, Vax has an aside with Percy where he says, "We're going to kill those people. Those Briarwoods wronged you. They wronged me. They got in my head, and we're going to murder them." And you know, the liberation of Whitestone is great, but I think that those heroics were definitely secondary to the murder. No mercy, Percy. But you know what? I think that could be so. Have we fought Herd yet? We have fought the Herd yet. What's up, Sarah? Yeah. We fought the Herd. That was in, I think, episode 53, I think was the Herd. So we are just after Umbrasyl, their first fight with Umbrasyl, and then Umbrasyl flies to Gat Shadow. That's right where we're at. My day is that Scanlan put them to sleep because it was the easiest option. Yeah. I think that was my interpretation of it. Yeah. The Druid with the Griffin. I will say that's a good point. The Druid with the Griffin. I do think that Keyleth did talk VM down, but I do think that that's a fair argument of that is someone that was an entity that was very hostile to them. The Rock. Sorry, the Druid and the Rock. That was an enemy that was hostile that they let go. That's a good point. I think that's the one really distinct one that VM let go. And yeah, I think it was Keyleth that talked him into it. Yeah. But I think Grog and Percy for sure would have, especially your soul is now forfeit, Percy. Yeah. But I mean, this is all, you know, we're getting into alternate universe speculation. You know, in the universe that we live in, Orion killed her, and so there is a degree of Orion would absolutely had a very distinctly different morality. So I do understand the idea of if Orion hadn't been in that fight. Because, like, when Keyleth gave the speech after that incident, Orion basically told her to shove it. I mean, or Tibbs. Tibbs kind of told her to shove it. And the rest of Vox Machina was, you know, open to listening to her at least. So I do think, to your point, Matthew, Orion definitely did have a standout, a very different morality, and we can speculate about what the other characters may or may not have done. And that's, you know, I do have a strong opinion, but it's an opinion. We'll never know. And I think it's fair that that moment is sort of defined by Orion doing it. So even if they did want to represent the old lady moment, they would have to make one of the other characters do it, which, depending on who does it, I don't think would change certain moralities too much, but there's an argument that it could have. So I can totally see that. I find it interesting that we tend to use character names for everyone else but Orion. I do go back and forth between the two a lot, but yeah, man, it is the character bleed discussion of, like, Orion was Tibbs was Orion, and it is really hard to separate them. It's much harder than with the other cast members, yeah. Soon y'all will be caught up to where I left off C1. I think it was in the early 70s. Woo! we're getting there. We're getting there. You're hitting on what I was meaning. Yeah, which I think that's a fair point, Matthew. Of like I can have my opinion based on how Vox Machina has come off to me, but it is pure rampant speculation. And regardless of what they did, reassigning the death would characterize certain characters in ways that they may not have been characterized to the entire audience. Well, I think only Tibbs versus Andy would actually the teammates are not. Yeah, and I do think that is the majority of my opinion in regards to their actual heroics. Is their indifference makes them unheroic, but I do accept that actually perpetrating the kill does change that morality from indifference to outright, being the perpetrator. I don't know that I think it changes the morality all that much, but it does possibly change individual character morality to that degree. In order to make it work with other characters, they have to change the situation which might affect how the larger reaction to the death is. Yeah, it certainly would have a impact. I think I'm... Yeah, now we're getting too far into speculation territory, which I need to. I think where we get most into the rabbit holes on this show and like the looping discussions is when I get too deep in my speculation brain of if this was different in the past, then this would have happened. And because of all the branching possibilities that are purely based on opinion, I get too much in a loop on it, of like considering all the possibilities. So I think I need to work on closing down that speculation, that speculative thinking for myself at least. Yeah. Anyways. I think that I think your take is very fair. I think every take I've seen is fair. Yeah. I'm having to fight with myself to not say more because I love going through what ifs. I think the Marvel show What If is maybe my favorite cinematic universe IP, I guess. I love What If. And so I love rolling through these things of like, okay, well, what if Scanlan had been the one to kill him? Would that have changed my opinion on Scanlan? And I like going through that in my own mind, but it's too infinite. The well is too deep, and I will spend way too much time on it. So I need to cut it off. But anyways, yeah.
All right, let's go.
I'm judging you.
All right,
Girl,
so
she's right. It is your destiny.
How about this? Well.
Shush, Willow.
What are you laughing at?
Everybody hop on an eagle. I can hop on an eagle.
Hopping on an eagle.
all right,
Well,
so
no, half of the people hop on it.
Two of the halflings, two of the
Rez.
gnomes can get on.
Two of the gnomes.
Scanlan.
I'm in back.
I'm sort of a
Yes.
halfling. Can I get on too?
your size?
Yeah.
The three of you would probably be able to take one eagle
Oh, that's right. He's a
Carefully.
little one.
because
That's
you are
so
tiny.
cute.
All right, you guys go.
See you in a bit, sis. Bye, Keek.
All right.
Grog,
we'll
you-
say,
Grog, you wanna take
so
the
we'll
other
say
one?
for the purposes of this,
Yeah.
you'll take an additional cast to your spells to mark off a second casting of Conjure Woodland Beings. However, that what level is that?
That is level.
My grip.
Oh, good. I did it. Oh, good. Level 3.
Conjure Woodland Beings?
So I've got 2 level 3s left
Go fast.
with my Pearl of Power.
Conjure Woodland Beings is a 4th level spell, Laura.
Do you want to keep the sword or do you not want
I
to
have
keep the sword?
conjure animals, not woodland
Animals,
beings.
there we go. Sorry, so yeah, that is their level. So yeah, mark off your second casting there. You guys managed to make a short rest between the journeys, making your way up towards the dark, blackened rock peak of God Shadow. We're gonna take a short break here for the restroom. We'll be back here in a few minutes. In the meantime, we have an awesome video from Backblaze to show you guys. That
It's really cute. It's really cute.
It's for you guys.
but yeah,
All right. We were right at the end there. I was like, I just need to finish it. Yeah. So we will. See you later, Sputnik. Have a good one. And 0 dropped frames. 0 dropped frames. Let's go. Feeling good. Feeling good. Oh my gosh. You don't want to a decade-old sponsor video? No. Hey, maybe that's how we'll start off the next one. You know, got to start it off on a high note. Yeah. But no, professional YouTuber, moving the mic away. That's it. But no. I think I'm excited to be back. I'm happy to be back. And I'm getting back into it. I'm remembering the looping holes that I go down and how to avoid them. But I think that'll pretty much be it. So we will do part 2 of episode 55 sometime before next Wednesday. My tentative date is Sunday. Tentative date is Sunday, the 21st. But that will depend. That is not set in stone. I will try to post as soon as I know. I really wish that I could make YouTube events that just had a date and not a time. But I cannot, unfortunately. Which makes sense, time zones and all that. But we are, no dropped frames on Critical Eyes. No dropped frames. But yeah, so I think it'll be on Sunday. Maybe Saturday, maybe Monday. Somewhere in there. And then we'll do 56, or at least the start of 56 on Wednesday. But in the meantime, I've got some good things coming up. Let me just whet your appetites with what we've got coming up this week. Again, I'm not committing to dates here. I don't know exactly what dates these will happen, but these are what I'm planning on doing this week. So we are doing the first iteration in potentially a new series called Will It Mimic? It'll probably be a shorter one. And when I say shorter, under 3 hours. Looking at the final Daggerheart open beta, 55.5, and potentially starting to design a video game. Which I always said I wasn't going to do. I said that video games are fool's errands for programmers. But I need portfolio pieces. I need to keep up my coding skills. And even if the game doesn't do well, this will be a good way to keep all that up. So I think those are the things I have on the slate right now. I'm not sure exactly what order they'll come in. It'll probably depend on my IRL availability. But yeah, I'm excited for the rest of it this week. We can talk fictional dragon versus fictional dragon. I do like that. I don't know enough about fictional dragons though to be able to dive deep into that well, but it does sound fun. Will It Mimic can only be a 10-second long show, right? Ask the question and then answer yes. You would think, Ross. No. To pitch the show a little bit more, it'll basically be creating large and strange mimics. I got inspired by there's a homebrew stat block for a boat mimic that's like a mimic of like an entire ship that rides the high seas, devouring other ships. And I got very inspired by that. So it'll be those types of mimics. But with that, I will see y'all later. This VOD will be unlisted until I get the chapters done. So if someone did rightfully point out last stream, they are just unlisted. So if you join the Discord, you can watch them before they get the chapters. But if you want the chapters, those are going to be on their way probably within like 24 hours. Hopefully sooner, but processing on YouTube can be weird. So possibly longer. But you can always watch before then by clicking on the link in the Discord. But yeah. Anyways, I am ecstatic that there were no drop frames. I'm also a skosh worried that I might be getting sick. The back of my throat has been hurting for like 2 days, and I woke up with a really bad headache this morning. So cross your fingers that right as this resolves, I don't get sick. But it also might just be like it might just be bad allergies. I'm losing frames. No, you're not. Are you actually? Okay, I don't have any drop frames on my end. Oh my god. I can't tell if you're fucking with me or not, Giarcum. Oh, good. Okay, good, deadly. Woo! That would have been crazy timing. Wipe sweat from bro. I'm glad, Edgar Allan Poe. I'm glad. Owlin Poe. But I'll see y'all later. I'm terrible at saying goodbye, so I'm just gonna do it. Boop.